Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel. Open mic number 158. Greetings, everyone. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world. Today Travis has came back with Kel's help. We're going to be doing a part 2 of some Q&A, and I think Travis is going to also present us some other information, maybe talk about this latest decision from Judge Angie and what it may mean. And he's prepared a PowerPoint presentation that we're going to be looking through. So there are a number of questions I think that they already have that we didn't get to before. If there's questions as we go along that maybe you didn't get submitted, if time allowing, put a Q in the live chat and ask. And I'm sure if Travis has time, they'll try to answer those questions. So we're already a little bit late, so let's get right into it. Let everyone here in Discord with me say hello right quick. Just 1 second. So first up, we have Alice. She'll be helping to monitor questions and so forth in the live chat. So how you doing, Alice?
I'm good, Jack. Thank you. Hi, everyone on panel. It's great to have Travis back with us. Looking forward to seeing what we're going to be doing tonight. And hello to everyone in chat. It's great to see all the usual suspects.
Thank you, Alice. Andy B.
Thanks, Jack. Hi, everyone, panel and chat. And it's lovely to have Travis back on the panel to give us some good, solid information and facts about the case and how the legalities work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. And of course, JD. How you doing, JD?
Hi, everybody on the panel. Looking forward to tonight and wish everyone well.
Excellent. Thanks, Jay. Sister Just Rhonda.
Jack, thank you. Hi to everybody on the panel and everyone in chat, and ready to go.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I can see that. Just Rhonda, I did that, the live chat, because the Prism bot doesn't work. Apparently, it only works as long as it wants, and then it just gets locked up or whatever. So that is the actual live chat. I just copied the window and popped it over there. Unfortunately,
I figured that's what you might have done. But
yeah, I did that with intent, because there is no other real option because of the way Prism is built. OBS is a little bit different. You actually had more control. I could make that window kind of blend in. I can't do it with a Prism. I tried. It didn't work. But I wanted to, the reason we have this second window, just so everyone knows, is because if for some reason we ever had to edit a live, if you have to edit a live and do something, you lose your live chat on the right side. It goes away. It's gone forever. However, if you have the secondary window running over here on the left like we do, your live chat does not get affected at all if you have to edit. Just keep this. That's why we do it. So anyway, I know it looks a little weird, but it is what it is. Anyway, Kel, thanks for coming, helping out, doing all you're doing, helping Travis.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks so much. And of course, Travis, how you doing, sir?
Great. Looking forward to picking up on part 2, and we're going to try and get all of the questions answered, plus any new ones that have popped up, and then we'll see what kind of time we have to talk about the recent decision on the third 97406 motion. But that's perfect timing, because now we'll know what Judge Angie did and why she did it, and we all know what lies ahead for KZ, what she's going to have to show the Court of Appeals. So good timing.
It is actually excellent timing. Thanks so much, Travis. And then, of course, Dr. Silkman.
Thank you very much, Jack61, and welcome to all other fellow panel members and everyone in chat. Really looking forward to this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, not to detract any from today's discussion, but what a great reading with the crew yesterday. It was really well laid out and well done, and closing the noose up here in the next 3 or 4 or 5 podcasts surrounding that is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's all coming really well together, and
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear Travis and Kel's presentation today. Should be an absolute ripper. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Dr. Silkman. So, Rhonda, can you say hello right quick to those that have joined us on live chat? And I'll get prepared to get the PowerPoint on screen, and I've got one more thing to do while you're doing that, so please.
Okay. We are going to start with Kay Sanders. She's sitting in the front row. Welcome, Kay. Ian Rose, Ian. Jazz Gaming. Hi, Jazz. It's great to see you in chat. JD, also joining us on the panel. Crockett Thompson. Hi, Crockett. Great to see you as always. William is here for a little while, it looks like, or it looks like he has. William. Dark Side of the Moon. It's great to see you, Dark Side. Angie Dickinson. Katie did it. Maybe a name change or something. Alice in Wrongful Conviction Land, also joining us on the panel. Kansas Foxley. Cher, it's great to see you. Andy B is also joining us on the panel. And Charlotte Dowling. Welcome, Charlotte. It's great to see you. And we have Nan's Life 7 is with us. Welcome, Nan's Life. TJ Anderson is lurking. Great to see you again, TJ. And Veronica Clapp, great to have you in chat. And let's see, we have Graham Moss. Hey, Graham, it's great to see you. And my sweet, lovely friend in the UK, Rhonda SD. Love you, lady. Can't wait to see you again. We have Carol, and Anthony Hills is in the chat with all the patience he can muster. Paul Ward is also joining us in chat. Gloria, great to see you, Gloria. And Ronald Cass, hopefully you get to stick it out, Ron, but we get it. Sometimes you can't always stick around for the whole thing. And we have Justine J. It's great to see you, Justine. Iced coffee. Yay for iced coffee. And we have Anthony Dean. Hi, Anthony, and thank you all for joining us.
Is that it? Is that all we got?
Yeah, I think I got everyone.
Okay, excellent. All righty. So, Travis, what do you want to do? You want to answer some of the last time's questions before we get into this, or how do you want to get right into the PowerPoint?
I built them into the PowerPoint, and so we'll.
Okay.
We're going to go through a couple of concepts real quick, and then we'll get into the questions. I put them all in the PowerPoint, and then there was one or two that have been asked in Discord, and Kelly's dug those up, and then they'll be looking in the chat if anything else comes up. I'm sure it'll prompt more questions, and we'll do our best, and we'll see how far we can get.
Excellent. Alrighty. There's the. I've got the. Again, we just one more quick thing. As I said, if you get any questions, please pop them in there. And one last thing, and this is just as always, guys in the live chat, please treat each other civilly. Be civil towards each other. If you have a question, if you're angry, if you're mad, and whatever, it's not going to come out right. Maybe what you're truly looking for. Step away. Just don't type. Get cooled off. Take the emotion out. Ask your question. And I'm sure Travis will want somebody that hopefully Travis will be able to answer. But just treat each other civilly, please. Thank you. All right, Travis, I've got the first slide up as procedural bar.
Yeah.
Before we get started, sorry, just before we get started, Travis, Susan's joined us on panel. Hi, Susan.
Hey, Susan, thanks for coming.
Hi, everybody. Just sliding in from work.
I knew you had kind of a issue you had to deal with yesterday, and wasn't sure if you'd be able to make it. Yeah, did you get that
It's all fixed, so yeah.
God Almighty. All righty, thanks.
Hard
for
to
coming,
live without water.
It
Yeah.
sure is.
Yeah.
All righty. All right. Here we go. Travis.
Okay. Well, I guess I should have asked the panel what I did with Dr. Silkman, and he didn't know, but I kept asking him questions to make sure he was awake. And so I thought I would call on everybody on the panel, make sure you're awake, if that's all right.
Absolutely, Travis.
I'm awake.
I'm definitely awake.
But it was nice having Dr. Silkman's expertise in the first part of this. We were able to bring up some real world examples, and I'm hoping that kind of connects some of this, relating these basic principles to things that we've seen in the case. And of course, we covered procedural bar last time, but in the context of what actually was procedurally barred in the second 97406 motion that she filed in 2017, what was decided on the merits. So that's where we're going to pick up. So there's going to be a little bit of review, but everybody is familiar with the term procedural bar. And so we're just going to go through this very, very quickly. Procedural bar creates a procedural barrier to review in that it requires the defendant to raise all grounds for relief in his or her first post-conviction or appellate motion. So technically, you're supposed to have everything that you want to raise on appeal, that, ineffective assistance of counsel or Brady or new evidence, you're supposed to raise in your direct appeal. Problem is, a lot of that stuff doesn't come out until months or years or even decades later. And so how you appeal that is you file a 97406 motion, and then you have to show a good reason why you didn't raise it in a prior appeal. Next slide.
Just before we move on, I do have a question about that, and I think you can answer this briefly, and I think I know the answer. Anyway, let's just say today, Zellner gets this piece of information that she never had before. It's new. How long does she have before she has to file that? Is it like 12 months, or it's unclear to me.
There's no time limit, but there's a doctrine called latches, which basically says in the law you can't sit on your hands. So you need to do it as quickly as reasonable. Otherwise, if the other side shows that they're prejudiced because of the delay, somebody moved, somebody passed away, they could deny you from offering the new evidence on that basis. So assuming it was new evidence, and we're going to go through that in the slides later, what the 4 requirements are, but assuming it met all those requirements, but you waited years to do it, and now evidence is gone or whatever, it's degraded or so on and so forth, the doctrine of latches could prevent you from bringing in that new evidence. So you have to do it as quickly as reasonably possible. So to relate,
basically, she would want to vet that information out, and once she feels sure, let's just say it's a few months or maybe even 6 months, she really should present it. That's what I thought, but I didn't know if there was an actual time limit.
So, yeah, and we see this on the third motion, one that was just recently denied, on the two witnesses. And all through the case, rapid DNA testing for the bones, all of the affidavits, it indicates that she learns either about this new potential test, or she learns about or she learned that the bones were returned to the Halbach family via the funeral home. She learns of a witness who tried to give information but was ignored. She typically turns those affidavits around, I want to say, week to 10 days, certainly less than 2 weeks. I'm almost certain less than 30 days. And, has the motion on file within 30 days of finding out this new stuff. Frequently, it's less than a week. So for the most part, the new stuff that's come up while she's had a motion pending has turned around really, really quickly. Now, there was delay she filed before the second motion, 97406 motion, she filed a motion for scientific testing. And I can't remember how long that was, but that led to the dismissal of the first 97406 motion that Stephen filed pro per. But, that stuff she was getting, so for example, the testing of FL with the electron microscope and trace evidence, and, she may have had that information. I think that thing was pending for a year or two, maybe a year. And then, so that wouldn't be a delay in that sense. But did that answer your question, Jack?
It did. Yes, thank you very much. And Travis, for whatever reason, I only have 2 slides. I didn't even pay attention when I grabbed it. Yeah, but there's only 2 here in this PowerPoint. That's all I've got. It ends at the procedural bar.
Can you screen share?
I can put your screen up. I mean, yeah, I can put your screen up. Yes, I think.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. And you will have to share. You'll have to, in Discord, you're going to have to share your screen, and I can blow it up to a certain amount.
Okay, I'm doing that now. Select a window and okay.
Travis, you might have to. Did you get it?
I just clicked sharing. I shared the PowerPoint window.
Yeah, it's not come up. It's not come up yet. I've got you selected in Discord. Let me see here.
It says Discord is sharing a window. Gives me the option to stop sharing. There we go. Okay, so we got about a 5-second delay, right?
Oh yeah, you don't want to go live. Wait, let's see. Trying to figure out how to do this. Share your screen. I'm going to try this. Watch stream. Yeah, I can see it on mine. I am.
Yep.
I'm okay, there it is. Now we're in.
All right.
No, it's going to go full screen.
Now you got it. Looks good.
Yep.
Okay, there we are. So, so the big case you keep hearing over and over is State versus Escalona-Naranjo, and that's what it says. Normally barred from raising issues in a 97406 motion that were or could have been raised on direct appeal or in a previous 97406, unless sufficient reason for not raising the issue in any prior post-conviction proceeding. So that's going to be Brady, because the prosecutors didn't turn it over and you didn't know about it. And Brady typically comes up. Ineffective assistance of counsel is much more difficult. So it's usually a two-step process. There has to be something that you didn't know about, that attorneys were deficient until you did something else, like maybe testing, or if it's new evidence, which we'll get into later. So why are there these procedural bars? You know, why are all these technicalities? And the why is a lot of states, even before AEDPA, which is the federal, did habeas corpus writ reform. And most states adopted a situation where you couldn't bring successive motions. You needed to bring it all in one motion at one time, or you had to show a sufficient reason why you didn't bring it earlier. And this is why. I'm not saying I'm agreeing with this, but this is why all of the courts in the late 60s and early 70s did writ reform. This requirement promotes finality. Once the defendant has been convicted and sentenced, it minimizes time-consuming post-conviction hearings unless there's a clearly articulated justification for them, and recognizes that the pleading and proof burdens have shifted to the defendant in most situations after conviction. So I've highlighted that one portion. Here, it'll pop up.
I have a question on that,
Sure.
Travis. How does that differ from AEDPA? Because it seems to me like AEDPA strengthened this, or what?
One's federal and one's state. It's the only difference.
Oh, okay. Okay. AEDPA is
And
federal.
AEDPA,
Gotcha.
The bar for AEDPA is a really narrow window. Is that right? After it was passed, it really closed the window down as far as the strength
Right.
of,
So,
or the power that the
you know,
federal court has.
yeah, under the federal system, so if you exhaust everything in the state, you still have the right, and this is the route that Brendan went, but you can file a writ, a post-conviction writ in federal court to say that your federal constitutional rights were violated by the state courts in the trial and in the appeals process. And before, the federal court could look at it de novo, and we'll see what that means in a minute. They could look at everything new and totally disagree with what the state appellate courts decided. After AEDPA, two things happened, but the main thing is it limited federal courts to only overturning decisions about federal constitutional law by the state court that were clearly wrong. And they used the term, unreasonable. And that doctrine is deference. So the federal courts now under AEDPA are limited to, well, first they have to give deference to the state court decisions, and they can only mess with a state court decision, again, determining a defendant's federal constitutional rights in state court. They can only mess with that, the federal courts, if the decision was unreasonable. If it's in the zone of disagreement, they can't touch it. So it also gives you a year from the time that your last appeal in the state court. You have to file your federal writ within a year of that. And then, so it limited things greatly, but it's the same thing. It kind of codified, all of this was in common law and case law, and they put it into statutes where they have these requirements. But that's a really good question. So AEDPA is the same thing, but limiting federal courts and codifying writ of habeas corpus in federal courts.
They
Did
also
that answer everybody's question?
I'm sorry.
Did that answer everybody's question on that?
Yeah, that was perfect. Thank you, Travis.
Yeah,
You're
but,
welcome.
Not to get off on AEDPA, and I think what my intent is, AEDPA also added a lot of other elements as well, right? I mean, I think we'd agree with that.
Well, AEDPA per se didn't really change too much. It's the Supreme Court interpreted that it meant that you had to give deference. And if you look at the wording in AEDPA, it's the anti-terrorism, and it, the main thrust of it was they wanted to hurry up and be able to execute Tim McVeigh without for the Oklahoma bombing.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want that dragging out, and so these things like terrorist acts and mass tragedies, you tend to get things in the law like FISA courts and all kinds of things, and they've been wanting to reform writs for a long time because
well, it really
just
kind of
goes
started
back a long way,
it really got its big start in the New York City World Trade Center, that underground bombing.
all of this reform was late 60s, early 70s, and you got to know what political science history, but Barry Goldwater, when he ran, very conservative, and he was the first presidential candidate to run on tough on crime. Nixon picked up on that, and so you see this evolution, and they would point to these cases in their advertising that Joe Smo, was given the death penalty, which they don't have in Wisconsin because they wanted to get around all of the problems that happened after, and they got rid of the death penalty. But in death penalty states where they really do carry out the death penalty, and I'm in one, Texas, in the South, they really do execute people with the death penalty, and they really want to execute people that get the death penalty. And between the various state habeas corpus and the federal habeas corpus, they were able to drag those out 20 years. And then, they would do it strategically. They'd say, okay, we're going to file issues. We got 10 really good issues. We're going to save 3, 5, and 8 until it's closer to an execution date, And then, and so there was all these strategies to it. So that's why it passed with bipartisan support. Like most legislation, it passed with stuff that neither side really liked. The senators and legislators who were in favor of preserving the rights under the writ, like Senator Feingold from Wisconsin, he was in the minority. It was like that thing passed 92-8 under Clinton.
Yep.
It had overwhelming support, but there's a lot of reasons why it passed. But Wisconsin's revision, their reform, they've had their statute is essentially the same from 1969. And a lot of states came up with reform at that time. And then what was stymieing them, that they did all of this reform and kind of streamlined appeals, is that defendants always had the option to go to federal court. And they would frequently say, whoa, what's the rush? Slow down here. There's no rush. And the risk of executing an innocent person, or the risk of, not addressing somebody's claim of actual innocence, we need to look at this stuff carefully. Now, not every federal judge took that position, but that was frustrating all of these people in the states that, he got a fair trial, he had a good attorney, had an effective attorney, he's found guilty, he's sentenced to death, and, we want our pound of flesh. But that's basically what it boils down to. And but yeah, by the time AEDPA came along, you had stuff like, anti-terrorism, it was a amalgamation of a bunch of things, but it did cover federal habeas review, right. And it curtailed federal courts.
Wasn't there a provision, before you continue, about special care for those under 18, for children, basically, that was added to AEDPA that was not in the federal statutes before?
That it did what for under 18?
Yeah, for children, basically. Those, kids that committed crimes like Brendan or whoever. There was language added into AEDPA that was not in the federal realm before.
About juveniles?
Yep.
I don't do any juvenile law, so I wouldn't have read AEDPA for that. And I'm trying to remember, I don't remember Steve or Laura talking specifically about that issue. But AEDPA transformed, you were an adult or juvenile, and even juveniles had the right to file a writ of habeas corpus before AEDPA, but whether you were a juvenile or not, everybody was impacted.
Gotcha.
But I don't know specifically if there was language about juveniles that was added or not.
Travis?
Yeah.
We got a question from Crockett in chat. He said, is it fair the Anti-Terrorist Act removed habeas corpus from the books?
No, habeas corpus is in the Constitution. The writ shall never be suspended except in time of war. And I think Abraham Lincoln is the only president who suspended habeas corpus during the Civil War. So it's on the books, it's in the Constitution. What AEDPA did is, and there were statutes that provided in federal statutes which provided the basic procedure of how to file a writ. And then what AEDPA did is restricted what the federal courts could do under habeas corpus. But, and hey, Crockett, good to see you. I can't really see anybody in chat because of the way the screens work, but hey, Crockett. But it, whatever adjective you want to use, AEDPA emasculated, severely restricted the impact that federal habeas was prior to AEDPA. A lot of injustices were addressed by federal writ. It's 2235, I believe is the section, instead of 97406, but whatever the statute is, federal statute 2235, file that writ, and then AEDPA came along and amended that, and a lot of injustices that were cured prior to AEDPA are now,
next to impossible.
Yeah. So, so to that extent, it didn't wipe it off the books, Crockett, but it sure limited the practical effect for what you can obtain from a federal court.
It
Travis?
really narrowed their authority to be able to overrule a state court.
Yeah, it's got to be limited to, an unreasonable interpretation by the state court. However, in preparing for this presentation, I went back the last, I think I got 5-6 years. There are 5 Seventh Circuit decisions overruling Wisconsin appellate courts and finding that the Wisconsin either Supreme Court or Court of Appeals was, quote, unreasonable, unquote, in their interpretation. I doubt we'll have time to go through them. I think in reading these decisions that it kind of got the Wisconsin Supreme Court to shift its attitude a little bit, and from being so hard-headed, and so that may be a good thing in the long run. We'll see. And if we need to do a part 3 and people are interested in the recent decisions, and I'll try and have everything from 10 years back, but I have every Seventh Circuit case which is federal, and they're under AEDPA, reversed a Wisconsin Supreme Court decision or Court of Appeals decision and ruled that the defendant was entitled to a new trial. There's at least 5, and I'm only halfway there. So
cool.
Brendan should have been one of those.
I agree.
So,
Travis,
go ahead.
Since you can't see the screen, I just want to tell you that Paul Capaldi says, "Hey,
Oh,
Mr. Texas, 2 counties. Great to be hearing your expertise. Hope you're keeping well, buddy."
Well, thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. I was just thinking about you yesterday. I'll have to tell you. I'll have to tell you another time what I was thinking. But good to see you, Paul.
I have one more question about this finality. It says the proof burdens have shifted to the defendant. So why is it that the state has control of all of the evidence and can decide what they are going to let the defendant retest. It just makes no sense to me.
Well, there's actually a there's another statute. I think it's 9407, which is a testing statute, and so if the state, and this is why Buting's book I highly recommend, because he, in the Armstrong case that he got Mr. Armstrong exonerated on, I mean, he just had to fight tooth and nail. He had to fight over the meaning of the testing statute was. The state took the position that the interpretation should be this certain way, that you can only retest evidence that was brought up during the trial. Doc, are you awake? So the state took the position that you...
Yes, I am awake.
Okay, so Doc, so think about a statute. After DNA came out, after DNA started coming into evidence in the Innocence Project in New York, Barry Scheck's group started getting exonerations. One of the things they also did was to get states to preserve evidence, especially biological evidence. And so many states, including Wisconsin, passed an evidence preservation statute. So here's my question for you, Doc. So if you passed a statute that only allowed evidence that was offered and admitted at trial, DNA evidence, for example, would that be any good at all, or would that be good, or versus an evidence preservation statute that said you got to preserve all biological evidence, period?
For me personally, all biological evidence should be preserved, because often when crime scenes are investigated, and this is a classic case that happened with Stephen and Brendan, in that the investigators went back in, of course, in March after the coerced confession, and obtained further biological evidence, right? They got the hood latch swab and they got idomethil. This goes to highlight that the investigators, the first time round, potentially missed forensic evidence. And it goes to show that all biological evidence must be preserved, including the bones, because new testing comes out all the time. New methodologies come out all the time that potentially could be either inculpatory or exculpatory. So therefore, the courts shouldn't have the luxury to decide what they consider as evidence to be biologically preserved. All evidence, in my opinion, should be preserved, because as we saw in Stephen's case, the 1985 case, it was the preservation of those pubic hairs that got him exonerated in 2003. So in my opinion, all biological evidence should be preserved.
Right. And so, believe it or not, in Buting's exoneration case, the state, they were determining what was meant by the preservation statute, and they seriously took the argument, and it had to go all the way up to the Wisconsin Court of Appeals, Supreme Court of Wisconsin, SCOW, had to go all the way up that far, as I recall, for them to say, no, we didn't mean to just test evidence that was admitted in the trial. What would be the use of that? I mean, how many, anybody on the panel, can you think of a DNA exoneration that didn't involve evidence that was never tested, or was tested but the science wasn't there? It's every case I
Sure.
can think of it, including
Yeah, lots of
Stevens
them. Yeah.
and stuff. Yeah.
Well, it happened to Stephen in 1996, right? When
Right.
the fingernail scrapings were tested.
Yep, that's
And
right.
remember back then, the DNA standards or the DNA methodology back then in 1996 were not that good. They only tested 3 loci, and one of the loci showed that the marker did not belong to Stephen and it did not belong to Penny Bernstein. Yet Judge Hazelwood made the 50-50 call by saying, no, that's not good enough. Back to prison you go. So that's an example of evidence that was preserved, but because of the technology wasn't advanced, it didn't go in Stephen's favor. Had the technology been advanced, it would have demonstrated that there were multiple loci that didn't belong to Penny and didn't belong to Stephen, and in actual fact would have belonged to Gregory Allen. So this is an example, a really good example that goes to show that as the technology improves, that's why you need to preserve the biological evidence, because clearly, had the technique been available back in 1996, Stephen would have walked out the door.
Yeah. So back to the question. So if you can lay out and meet the requirements of the 07, the scientific testing, you can go into court and get the district court to order that testing occur. Now, in this case, there was a big twist. Zellner filed the motion for additional scientific testing and laid out what she wanted to test, why she wanted to test it, who was going to test it, what she anticipated it would show, and then her and the state started talking, and they worked on stipulating to certain things, FL being examined and put under the microscope, and they were proceeding along that, and then they were actually scheduling more testing, access to more stuff, and then the decision came out of nowhere, and she fought over that for 2, 3, 4 years, and and then the state cut off all testing when they got the decision from Judge Angie, because they could, and so Brendan, for example, could file a motion for scientific testing if it would help his case. But normally, most defendants, they can go in and get the evidence examined and so on and so forth. And then even prior to trial, you can make motions to test whatever you want to have tested. It's easier during the trial to get the state to even pay for that. But if you do, then you get the results the same time you do. Sometimes even get them before you do. But so there was a big wrinkle in Stephen's case as to why the testing shut down and there was no more testing after that. And it's unfortunate, but that's the way it went down, and she just never been able to get that testing done. But that's the mechanism that you'd normally have. Is you would file that 07 motion and get the court to order it. Frequently, the state will agree, but not always. They didn't agree with muting and took that's a reported decision. It took this crazy, and they did that in the West Memphis 3 also. Tried to interpret the preservation statute and the DNA testing statute in such a way that it just would be completely useless. But did I answer that question?
Yeah, it just seems so unfair to me.
Alice, Paul Capaldi put a question up before we move on. Can you read Paul's question out? Travis is going to love this.
Yep, I sure can. It says, question for Travis. What did you make of Stephen's letter protesting the amount of time he's been waiting?
The amount of time. What's he referring to there, Alice or Jack? Is he referring to the
Stephen's couple letters that he sent to the courts?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, Paul, what I felt was I understood his frustration, and that obviously somebody helped him write those, and understand it's somebody close to him, and so I'm just really not sure what would have prompted him on that. He clearly had help from Zellner to withdraw the first one, and then I was surprised on the second one that the Court of Appeals, that's not even the right place to file it. Neither place was. Didn't reject it outright. They ended up filing it, and then I never saw it, but I saw somewhere in foul play or something that the court said we're not going to do anything with this letter. My calculations were that nothing was overdue, and what I said at the time is, you better be careful what you ask for. And then this decision came out, a week later, and so mixed feelings, Paul. It just needs to learn. You got to run everything through your lawyer, and I can't imagine. It was obvious. Well, unless I'm just not in the know, but maybe that was the strategy. And we're going to talk about this in a minute. So the first letter got sent to the clerk of the circuit court that Judge Angie's at. Judge Angie has a lot of discretionary power, so I've never understood the PR campaign from Zellner's office being antagonistic to Judge Angie. She has a tremendous amount of power that we'll get to in a minute. She has the discretion, even if you don't meet the requirements for so the presumption is you're entitled to an evidentiary hearing, but you have to show a reason why it wasn't filed in a prior appeal, and then unless it's clear to the district court that you're not entitled to it. But even then, and we'll get to this, the circuit court judge can rule that, okay, the record doesn't show that you're entitled to it, but I'm going to let you have one anyway, just to be fair about things. And the denial of that is almost impossible to appeal. And they said as much in the prior 97406 motion in the Court of Appeals. So why this, why are you antagonizing the one person that, if they want, could give you a break and the benefit of the doubt when they're just, I never understood it, but that's my thoughts on it. But I can certainly understand, why those letters ended up going out and, having to backtrack that first one. And, it's just not thinking it's helping his cause too much. But, I'm not the one, waiting years for every decision. So there's that. Anybody on the panel have different thoughts about that? I think everybody had something to say about the letters.
Well, I mean, that, for me personally, I know a lot of people, got this stuff out to everyone, but, I just think I felt like, and probably many others, at foul play, we just didn't feel like understanding Stephen's frustration, but I'm really kind of leaning to what you're talking about. It really, what purpose could it really serve other than unloading his frustrations? I get that. I do. I mean, I guess to the extent of understanding from afar, being trapped in somewhere you certainly feel you shouldn't be and can't do anything about it. At the same time, I just don't see how it could help his case. And I don't know who else talking to Stephen. That's his business. I've never written him. I don't know if there was some other influence that maybe kind of pushed this. I don't know. I won't speak for everyone. It's just kind of some thoughts that I've had along the lines of why the letters were written. I don't think it was a single event. I think there were many things tied to it. Anyway.
Agree with you, Jack. I agree with you. Completely. In my opinion, there's people in Stephen's ear that are, I don't know, frustrated, angry, disappointed. I don't know, that things aren't moving as quick as they would like it to move. And they're questioning KZ and what she does and what she's doing and everything like that, even though she's done this for years and has got over 20 exonerations under her belt so far. These things take time. We would all love it to go to court tomorrow and Stephen and Brendan be set free, but it doesn't work that way. So you have to be patient. We're all pissed off that things aren't moving as quick as we would like it to move. But that doesn't mean to say that we can say, or we shouldn't be saying that Kathleen's not doing her job and things like that, in my opinion. So to me, these letters were sent under frustration, anger, disappointment, whatever. And I completely understand from Stephen's perspective, because he's stuck behind the four walls, behind that wall, once again, for freaking years and years for something that he's no done. So when the courts are taking their damn god time making decisions, it's no fair on them. And sometimes I think they're doing it just to piss him off. Because to me, it is funny how this letter and everything like that gets sent, and then all of a sudden, suck it, this is making a decision. You know, I just find that, I mean, like we say, there's no coincidences in these cases. Definitely not. So I completely agree with you, Jack. I think there's been other things to it, but mostly out of frustration for Stephen, and I completely understand that for him. But the other ones, the ones that are on the outside that say that they're supporting him, shouldn't be in his ear telling him all these different things, getting him angry, getting him frustrated, and getting him doing silly things like pissing off his lawyer, the only person that can actually get him out of where he is. You know what I mean? And they're doing stuff like that, which is gonna piss Casey off. I mean, I don't think she'd ever walk away from Stephen, but she's guaranteed to have been pissed off once again, like that second letter has been sent. Like you said, she got him to take back the first letter. You know, I can only imagine what she was like when that second letter dropped.
Oh, I bet
So,
she's mad. I bet she's mad as hell. That's just my guess, but
yeah,
I don't know. I don't talk to KZ, so I don't know. Yeah, thank you,
yeah,
Alice. Yeah.
And that's actually what I was just going to weigh in. I think we all agree that, you know, Stephen did it out of frustration, and I think it's absolutely justifiable because we're not the ones sitting in there innocent and trapped. I get it. But I look at it more like, what does it show the state? And I fear that they're going to be like, oh, there's troubles in the waters over there. It shows a weakness. When the client's going rogue on the client in a sense, for their attorney in a sense, like the state are going to see that weakness, and if they can, you know, not that they can cash in on it, but they can keep it at the back of their mind. So
Exploit it.
Yeah, they can exploit it. And exactly what you guys said in terms of the timeline. You've got Stephen dropped the first letter. KZ had helped him withdraw it and even made a passage in it saying very bluntly that my lawyer had nothing to do with it and they didn't want anything to do with it. So she absolutely put a barrier in there to show that she had no influence. And then he drops another one. Now, she didn't say anything. She didn't get him to withdraw the second one because I think, like Travis said, she knew it wouldn't go anywhere. It was the wrong place to file it, that it would be just a throw it in the trash kind of thing, like it's going to just easily go away. But she did have an interview, and I got sent the link and I read it, and she actually does bring that up again. She brings it up in this interview, and she said, she repeats it, I had nothing to do with this letter. I don't approve of the letter. But she also said, I completely understand why my client felt the need to do it. So I more look at it for the exploitation of what it shows between client and attorney, whether, you know, what message is it giving here? You know, is he not trusting her anymore? Because that's literally what people in the community are asking. Is he starting to consider that she's not, you know, helping him enough?
Serving his best interest in that kind of thing? Yeah.
Yeah. That's just the community talking. You know, you see it. I don't do Reddit and I don't do Twitter and all that, but I do Facebook, and I see the chats. And of course, the guilters are loving it because they're the ones that are also highlighting this upsettling dynamics between the client and the lawyer. And they're like, oh, I can't even. Yep. I'm not going to even say what the wording is, but they're loving it because they're like, oh, can't be too good, hey. And they're even saying, oh, this might be enough for her to drop him. I agree with Alice. I don't think she's going to drop him, but no, it doesn't help.
Well, no, it's got to be, you know, extremely frustrating for her as the lawyer. You know, it's like, you know, I'm doing everything that I can. She can't really control the state's timeline. She just can't, and we all know that. So, thank you, Cal. All right, Travis. Unless there's anything else, mods, you guys see anything that we need to grab quickly before Travis moves on with his presentation? We're good?
I think we're good.
All righty.
Okay.
Travis, whatever you want to do. You know, the screen's up. You're good to go.
Okay. So because of finality, you have to show a sufficient reason for failing to raise claim any earlier proceeding. So we're going to go through quickly the standard of review, and we're now real time because this is what happened last week or whenever it was when the third 97406 motion was denied without an evidentiary hearing. So when she appeals that, and she's already filed the notice of appeal from what I heard, and which means a couple of things need to be prepared, one by the clerk, and that gets transmitted to the Court of Appeals, the entire record of the case, and then any transcripts. There won't be any transcripts because there wasn't any hearings where anything needed to be transcribed. And then once those things are sent up to the Court of Appeals, the time starts running for when her brief will be due. But this is what the court will be considering. It's a narrow question whether remand for a hearing is warranted because the circuit court erred in denying the motion on its face, which is what she did. In order for the reviewing court to meaningfully assess the claim, the defendant must allege the who, what, when, why, and how. And we saw that in the denial of the second 97406, and we saw that in the opinion of Judge Angie denying the third. That and some things she says, yeah, you laid out who it is, but you failed on other prongs. And so whether when the court denies it without a hearing, they're going to look at two different things. Each has a different standard of review. So the first one was a motion sufficient on its face. Does record conclusively demonstrate defendant is not entitled to relief? The key term there is conclusively. And what's it showing is this is to the defendant's benefit. So to reword this, so it says, does the record conclusively demonstrate defendant is not entitled to relief? Means that the presumption is that you're entitled to a hearing unless the circuit court can point out things that make it conclusive that you're not entitled to relief. The circuit court must hold a hearing where the motion is sufficient on its face unless the record as a whole otherwise conclusively demonstrates that the defendant is not entitled to relief. That's from the two decisions, State v. Howell, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce Balliette. So what's the nature of the inquiry? So the Court of Appeals will look at that de novo. De novo is Latin for anew. And they do it brand new. And you can see in the opinion denying the 5 motions and leaving the 6th motion open from the second 97406 that they went through everything brand new, and is a question of law that we reviewed de novo. So they look at everything brand new, which is why I think in this order denying the 3rd motion, she was much more detailed than in the second, because she knew it was going to all be looked at de novo. So she wanted to lay out very carefully why she was denying these things. I'm not agreeing with why she denied them, but I don't know. Kelly was mentioning to me earlier that she saw a big difference between this most recent order and the order denying the second one, which triggered, motion for reconsideration, a bunch of motions that Kathleen filed to try and get her to reconsider that and put it back on track, which she never did, and we ended up with 6 different motions as part of that. But they're going to look at everything brand new.
So that's what you're saying, Travis, that now now this goes to the Court of Appeals and they start their process. They're going to basically start over de novo, brand new, from the beginning.
Right. They're going to look at everything new, but they have to rely on the lower court's record to determine the facts, but will rule on the evidence and matters of law without deferring that court's findings. A trial court may also hear a case de novo following the appeal of an arbitration decision. That's quite common. So that's where they get. So when you have a de novo standard on appeal, that's good for the defendant. That means the appellate court is going to look at it brand new. Now, appellate courts are not fact-finding courts, so that's why you have evidentiary hearings.
Right.
If there's not enough evidence in the record, that's why you want the evidentiary hearing. And so they're going to look at it and determine, is she right? Is it conclusive based on the record that there's no way with what has come up with these 2 witnesses and what they say they saw in connection with the RAV, there's no way based on the record anything can happen with that, and therefore a hearing wasn't needed. Now here's the second, but you'll keep seeing this word, conclusively demonstrate. And Judge Angie, in her order on this third one, seems to me, and we'll talk about this more, seems to me that she shifted the burden, confused the burden. So Stephen's entitled to an evidentiary hearing unless she can point out that the record conclusively demonstrates he's not entitled to a hearing. She confuses that in talking about these different factors and tests, like under Denny, the 3-prong test. She keeps saying, well, the defendant, Stephen, hasn't shown conclusively how this would satisfy the prong, or he hasn't shown conclusively how this would impact that factor. I don't think there is that standard. Now, he's got to satisfy the who, what, when, where, and why, and how under Allen. But she gets into these logical arguments that, for example, pushing a car 5 days after the alleged incident doesn't show that Bobby has direct involvement with the crime. And I'm just thinking, well, that may be true, but it's a hell of a lot more than one tooth being the closest, non-match in the history of law. I don't know if everybody knows what I'm talking about there, but the forensic odontologist, they asked him in the trial, is that Teresa Hallbach, and said, I can't call it a match, but it's the closest thing I've ever had, that wasn't a match. There's just some crazy stuff in this case, but
My God.
You'll see conclusively and demonstrate. So I want to finish this second factor, and then we can talk about this a little bit. If, on the other hand, the motion does not raise sufficient facts or presents only conclusory allegations, which is what in the second motion, the order of the Court of Appeals, the motion does not raise sufficient facts or presents only conclusory allegations, which is what in the second motion, the order of the Court of Appeals, the motion does not raise sufficient facts or presents only conclusory allegations, which is what in the second motion, the order of the Court of Appeals, the motion does not raise sufficient facts or presents only conclusory allegations, which is what in the second motion, the order of the Court of Appeals, the motion does not raise sufficient facts or presents only conclusory allegations, which is what in the second motion, the order of the Court of Appeals, the motion does not raise sufficient facts or presents only conclusory allegations, which is what in the second motion, the order of the Court of Appeals, the motion does not raise sufficient facts or presents only conclusory allegations, which is what in the second motion, the order of the Court of Appeals, the motion does not raise sufficient facts or presents only conclusory allegations, which is what in the second motion, the order of the Court of Appeals, the motion that over and over and over again. Kelly, I went through that recently, and I think it's 5 or probably 10 times they said Zellner. And I think in that, on some of those, she was conclusory. Some she didn't even really argue. She just thought, well, this affidavit on its face is going to show these guys what the problems are. And so I think she was very, very careful in her briefs on this third motion to just go ahead and spell it out and spoon feed it. And, if we need to make a motion to exceed the word length, then we'll do that. But, we need to get it all out there piece by piece. So it says, if the defendant didn't meet the standard that we went through previously and got denied a hearing, then the circuit court has the discretion to grant or deny a hearing. So that says, okay, you've laid out enough here, you really haven't satisfied it. You've laid out that there's somebody pushing a car 5 days after, that they would have access to a key, to electronics. So you have a judge sitting there and they can say, all right, you haven't met the burden technically of a direct connection under Denny, but I've got some problems. I've got some problems here that if this was looked into, it undermines confidence of the verdict. The trial, the case hasn't really received a full trial. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to give you an evidentiary hearing. She had that power. So, this goes back to what I was saying earlier. Why do you want to antagonize that person? So, here's just highlighting it again and hammering it home. Circuit court has the discretion to grant or deny a hearing when you haven't laid out enough. And in both cases, we know which way she leaned. She went with, I'm gonna deny. And what's the standard of review? Erroneous exercise of discretion. And that is, it's just nearly impossible to get above that. You have to show something that the judge just went way beyond the pale. About the only time you can show that is some comment or something that's mentioned in the record, which we don't have here, that that was a grounds for appeal in the second one, and I think the Court of Appeals spent less than 8 lines discussing it, as I recall, but basically saying she's got discretion. There's nothing there to show it was an erroneous exercise of a discretion. Other states call it abuse of discretion. It's just not there. So that's what they'll be looking at. Is they're going to be looking at the record again to show that, to see if the Denny standards, one of the 3 prongs isn't met, that sort of thing. And let's see what we got there. Actually,
Hey, Trav, while you're just grabbing that, I just wanted to say what you were just saying. That's why I made that comment the other day, and why me and you were having a chat, and I said it to you this morning. I said, when I went back and looked at everything that Anne put this time in her format and how she addressed this motion and her reply and her opinion, remember we all used to say, KZ wrote her motion for the courts of appeal. She more than likely knew it would always end up in a higher court. It is my opinion, after really dissecting Angela's latest motion, that I think she also wrote it for courts of appeal too. She really knew it was going to go there as well, and she wanted them to see that she exercised her rights in the law brackets, and that's why she's so I don't know, I'm not going to say well put, because like you said, I don't agree with it, but I can see that there wasn't any, in my opinion, there wasn't any boundaries crossed, that she, did something that was unjust and that will cause the courts of appeal to go, oh no, this ruling was just absolutely biased, or she did something that wasn't right. So I just wanted to highlight that, because I really do think she did actually put effort into this one. She didn't want to come under the scrutiny that she potentially could if the courts of appeal reviewed it and saw her errors per se.
I think I agree with that 100%. In terms of, if you read that opinion on the Court of Appeals denying, it's actually 6 motions. They leave open the 6, but they deny the 5, which goes back to the second 97406, and then the motion for reconsideration and the Bones motion and all of them. And they said she can bring this other 97406, which is the third one that she did. But over and over and over again in that opinion, they're saying, you've got conclusory allegations here. And so those those don't need to be considered by the circuit court judge. And then, there was whatever it was, 3, 4, 5 instances where the court said she had misrepresented the facts, even getting kind of snide about it. Once again, counsel has misrepresented the record. I think they said something, this is in what is becoming a pattern, is misrepresenting. That's not good. Now, let me just say, what, one person's take on what misrepresentation is, another person's, you're allowed to advocate and argue what you think the meaning of the facts are. But they pointed out specific instances where she was representing something, for example, that an expert had said, and they pointed out, the expert doesn't say this. A lot on some on the Veely CD and what that stuff pointed out. But then, even despite that, they said, now, be that as it may, if she decides to file a third 97406 under that, these facts may become relevant. But it was kind of like, you don't need to spin this stuff. We're going to give you a fair opportunity to present it, so you don't need to misrepresent it. But it puts her in a tougher situation. And so I think you're exactly right. She's like, okay, we're going to have to write this to really address what they put in the opinion denying the second motion, and everything that the Court of Appeals laid out that was problematic, even if it was, and I think there were cases of this that they took a stricter line with Stephen and Zellner in what worked. We're going to need to do a part 3, Jack, I can just tell, but pull these opinions from these cases where they were successful in either getting the Wisconsin courts to order a new trial, or the Seventh Circuit told the Wisconsin courts they needed a new trial. I think they, in some situations, they've been as strict or stricter than on Stephen, and then others, it's been more recent, 2015 on. They softening their approach, but didn't with respect to Stevens. And so there's no question in my mind that whether it was for Angie or for the Court of Appeals, she was going to lay it out in the way that they, were requiring by their words in the opinion. But yeah, I agree with you that much more detailed.
Travis, this is just a thought process. Trying to digest, what Angie said, but she did say it actually several times in her decision, talking about Bobby having possession of the wraps, like as you mentioned a few minutes ago, several days after this alleged death of Teresa. I mean, it could be anybody. It didn't necessarily have to be Bobby. I'm talking about anyone having possession of this car after her alleged death. And basically, she says that nobody saw him with the key prior to that night. And I get that hits me really funny. No one saw.
Well, there's so many errors that you all have pointed out, and when I referred earlier, she's using these logical arguments that, if A then B, if B then C, and then she's coming in, and anyone who's taken a college level logic course is familiar with this, and then, if E, then not A. And, it seems like she's going with that and not looking at, well, okay, let's back up for a minute. How would you explain that? So let's assume, and she needs to, she can't get into credibility unless it's just clear from the record, like this. It happened to be in the record that this person couldn't have been in this location. We don't have that, so they can't get into the credibility. That's what the hearing's for. And I realize people have different viewpoints on what the credibility of this person's going to be, and then that other person, it's much more one-sided about the credibility. But you don't even get into credibility. It's just like you take a step back and say, well, how could you explain it? And then you got other stuff like, okay, they've laid out that Bobby would be the only one home, and I don't even know if that's the case, but she really started looking into that, and I think she raised some more valid but not quite there points. She pointed out that, okay, well, the experts are getting that Bobby looked at these materials, some before, but a lot after the October 31st. But the experts are getting this from Zellner that only Bobby could be looking at it. So, in her opinion, she's just going through them, well, boom, that's, they have no idea who was looking at this stuff. And, to be perfectly frank, I haven't gone back and read the briefs and the pleadings on that, but I don't know if she's misrepresented anything there or not, but I don't think she has, but I need to look at it closer, but so here's the thing. What I think Stephen's got some good arguments on appeal that on several issues. The computer, pushing the vehicle, that she uses this term that, he hasn't conclusively established a direct connection with Bobby and the crime. And I'm just going to say third party defendant because it really doesn't matter who the person is. This is all she's left with. She has no other choice.
That's right.
People speculating about, oh, well, I think there are people, much better for this, whether, was ex-boyfriend or a neighbor or the reason why the third party defendant is who the third party defendant is this is the only third party defendant that's not procedurally barred at this point. So you can't read anything into it other than that. And the third party defendant that she's pursuing is entitled to the same presumption of innocence as everybody else. So just to lay that out. So even though these are real people and, some of you guys know the families involved and the mothers of some of these third party defendants, and there are real feelings and emotions involved in this. As far as Kathleen Zellner and the state are, this is chess, and that's all it is chess. And unfortunately, or fortunately, we're in an adversarial system, and they're playing chess. And so, one of the big arguments she has is that Zellner on appeal, what the circuit court judge laid out, there's no possible way anybody could ever prove you were entitled to an evidentiary hearing based on the level that the circuit court is requiring. And when you look at those things, hasn't conclusively established this, hasn't conclusively shown that, and points out, hasn't provided this or hasn't provided that. And the this and the that are things that you could only obtain in an evidentiary hearing. You'd call that person to the stand and say, look, isn't it a fact you were the only person there between this time and that time? The only way you'd be able to get these documents is have an evidentiary hearing and subpoena the documents to the evidentiary hearing. And I kept seeing that over and over and over and over again. Now, so the Court of Appeals is going to have two choices based on what we just saw up here. They're going to say, well, sorry, we're going to construe this narrowly, and you haven't shown on the face you're entitled to a hearing. You failed. We agree with the circuit court. Or they could say, well, we think you really got it, but it's in her discretion and there's not enough to overrule her discretion. We'll talk later about in the interest of justice. That's kind of one final thing. Angie spends, I think, one line on that. But that's
Travis?
where I think the big push is going to be. Go ahead.
Sorry, Travis, this is Rhonda. From one of the people in chat, Clyde Coolidge has an interesting question that I haven't heard in answer to. He says, if the Court of Appeals grants Stephen an evidentiary hearing, does it have to be tried by Judge Angie?
Yes, that's who's assigned now, and there's not a mechanism to remove her. It would be her.
I mean, short of her doing something really egregious, the chief judge is not going to reassign this case to some other judge, right? Is that correct?
Right, unless, the Court of Appeals mentioned a concern, but, in that opinion denying the second motion, the concern was about the representations of Kathleen Zellner in her briefs. It wasn't any concern over the treatment of the circuit court on Zellner and being too tough on Zellner. It's just not that way. So I totally understand the question, but again, this goes back to trial attorneys frequently, I'll just name two that everybody knows. I mean, trial attorneys typically, they're type A personalities, big, huge egos. Anyone saw the movie HBO or Netflix? Maybe it was a multi-part series on the OJ trial, and they had
Oh yeah.
you get all of them in one room, and you had F. Lee Bailey and Johnny and Shapiro, and who played Shapiro? John Travolta, and that's really the way it is, and and then some have a style that's big on publicity. F. Lee Bailey and Johnny, they're in the limelight. The attorney out of Atlanta that just became lead counsel for Trump on the Georgia cases. I'm not going to comment about that, but just as example of the attorney, well-known attorney, represented a lot of Atlanta rappers, and he's in the Atlanta magazine, whatever it is. Every big town's got a really polished magazine, whether it's Dallas or LA or Atlanta. I mean, he's been featured in that, his home. I mean, just real high profile stuff. And, that's the way trial attorneys operate. But in the appellate realm, you just don't see that stuff. Never saw that from Dennis Reardon. He's probably the best post-conviction attorney in the United States by far. And, just really it just wasn't his style. And sometimes, that style can work sometimes. You get a string running, 5, 10, 15 in the Chicago area, and then you go down to Missouri, and they're reading all about this particular attorney and the number of exonerations. So, there's stuff pro and con, but, I did want people to understand there's this discretion involved. And so it's interesting, it may have contributed to her success in the past. It may be contributing to the ultimate success in this case. I don't know, but it's just hard to say. And then Nyrider and Drizzen are, the polar opposite. The only time they did some speaking afterwards, and went to Australia and went to Scotland, I think, or UK, and I think my friend Paul was able to say hello to them and gave them a shirt in both places. There, that's about the only thing. And Steve and Laura lecture other attorneys on how to deal with these issues representing juveniles. But, I'm on Steve's Twitter, or Z, whatever the hell it's called now. Mine got hijacked. Thanks for letting me know, Rhonda. Anyway, I think I got it back. But, he, it's just a completely different style. Obviously, Kathleen has a marketing person or team that pumps that up. But when you're a plaintiff's attorney primarily doing medical malpractice cases and civil litigation that she's very, very successful at, there's a lot of competition for those cases. And so there's stuff back and forth on it. But I thought if we got anything else, I'll start going on the questions we had before on this topic.
Travis, just one comment about Judge Angie, and I think I don't want to speak for other people. I don't, but this being in the community and talking to the number of people that I've talked to, one of the main concerns about Judge Angela is because she's been involved for so long in Stephen's case, not just from the criminal side, but the civil side as well. And, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, or how, judges get assigned, but there seemed to be this feeling that because she was involved in the civil litigation too, that, Halbach brought a lawsuit against Stevens to try to get his payout, that $400,000 payout, and Judge Angela was involved in that it really should preclude her from being further involved in the criminal side. I think that was the big concern.
Yeah, and there's in any of the states that I practice, the fact that, in the bigger counties in Texas, that's never going to happen because the criminal courts are separate from the civil courts. In smaller counties, there may be there may be one judge for 3-4 counties. And so they will bring in a visiting judge. They'll assign a visiting judge if there's a conflict or the judge recuses himself. But the judge hearing a person's divorce case, a civil case that involves somebody who ends up being the victim of a crime in a criminal case, there's really nothing that legally prevents a judge from hearing a number of matters. The same judge that heard the 85 case could hear the other cases, the later cases. It's just not a grounds unless there's, just something absolutely in the record that shows hostility. Now, Judge Angie at one point was getting the most requests for, you get an automatic recusal. It's called papering a judge. She had the most at one time of any circuit court judge in Wisconsin. And I think I get the Wisconsin Bar Journal. I think they're running another informal poll.
But she also
know,
won Judge of the Year, right? A couple years ago.
Yeah, I don't know. But here's the thing. So, and it's just the reality, just about every state we elect judges. They come up for election every 4 or 6 years, and in the county, it's the people in that county that elect the judge. In the federal system, they're appointed for life. And
crazy.
So you're not supposed to make a difference, but it has to, because subconsciously, for some of these people, being judge is like best job on earth, and in terms of the benefits and the salaries aren't great, but they're good, better than public defender, and
all those bribes they get.
Well, I don't know about bribes.
I'm just kidding.
So federal appointments, the thought is, well, they're not as influenced, but I don't really see a major concern on her not signing that dismissal. That's about her only involvement in the civil case. They filed the wrongful death suit, and the Halbach family did. And then after Stephen was convicted, they went in to dismiss it. And I talked about this back at the time. People were, well, what's going on with this? And, seeing stuff that's not there. I don't know for certain, but it was pretty clear to me that the Halbachs were like, well, we're never going to get anything out of Stephen. Why on earth would we want to give him discovery to help him on appeal? Why would we want to risk him being able to do all kinds of testing on stuff with that civil case? Since we're not going to get a dime, let's just go ahead and dismiss it. That's the timing of it seemed pretty clear to me that's what was going on. And the delay in her signing the dismissal and having to it's not going to be a legal basis to get her off. But I mean, what judge would be better? I mean,
so Travis,
believe it or not, there could be worse. It's just, it's the realities are 80% of that state. Anytime I get to talk to somebody in Wisconsin, I ask them, did you, watch the series? And most had, what do you think? And, it's about 80-20. And they're like, I remember when that thing came out, and, I know the way they are in that county. They're crooked as hell. And, but the vast majority of people, or, you know, they just forgotten about it. But, and unfortunately, none of that should impact the way cases are decided. The cases should be decided on the facts and the merits and the law, and shouldn't even be decided on who's the better advocate. But that's what advocacy is about. In an adversarial system, you have got to be, to do the best for your client, you got to be the better advocate. So, you know, there's a lot of frustrations, which I understand about the system, but yeah, big question would be, you know, there's, at one time there was a judge in Manitowoc County I thought would be pretty good, but Stacy Struntz, he was explaining to me that the transfer provisions, it wasn't going to work out for Stephen. It's stuck in that court until a new trial is ordered, and so.
So if Stephen does get an evidentiary hearing, it will go before Sakevich, right? And she is the one to decide on whether or not he gets a new trial. Is that correct?
Initially. And then it's reviewed de novo by the Court of Appeals. So they are not stuck with her interpretation of the facts that Zellner brings out. And that's what happened on the Ryan Ferguson case. And they made a documentary about. And they had that evidentiary hearing, and they had a witness come in, and then the prosecutor had become a judge, and they showed that, you know, how do you want to be, the one judge said to the former prosecutor, who is now a judge, how do you want to be referred to? You know, and Judge so-and-so, you go, well, you know, I'm good with any, whatever. And so we're going to call you Judge so-and-so. I mean, you just look at that and go, oh my God, you know, the bias and prejudice of that. And that judge, you know, said, no, nothing was established. And she went up to the Missouri Court of Appeals or whatever it was, and said, have no idea how he came up with this, but it's clear that it is this. And they agreed with her and ordered a new trial, and then she settled a civil case for him. But no, she's initially going to be in control of the evidentiary hearing, but ultimately, you know, she's going to know that the Court of Appeals is looking over her shoulder. And I agree with Kelly that I see it. Of course, she was much newer when she did the first opinion, but I think she wrote the opinion a lot better, which is unfortunate for Stephen, but, you know, it's a de novo review, but, you know, she much more detailed in how she was answering her stuff, which I think maybe turns out good for Stephen, because some of her logic just doesn't make any sense to me. And as many of you have already pointed out, you know, there's kind of little errors here and there, but you still got to get past the bigger hurdles, like pushing a car 5 days later. No, you're right. It doesn't show you were involved in the murder, but what the hell else does it show? I mean,
yeah,
she'd get a hearing just for that.
Yeah, but not only that, Travis, is that in this motion, she's brought Brendan into it as well, when Brendan wasn't even used in Stephen's trial. So why the fuck is she bringing up Brendan? in this motion.
Well, she can. It's
Nothing
because she
to do,
can.
Brenda.
Because she can. She could just cite the federal case. It's a legal confession. Now, I don't agree with her logic,
Yeah.
and I can't even remember the quote. Does anybody have it? She brings out that it's a perfectly valid legal confession, and so was she citing that for the premise of, hey, look, there's a co-defendant in another case who confessed to doing it with Stephen, so you really need to come into my court and show that you've got a legitimate tendency on this third party defendant. Is that what she cited it for? I can't even remember what she cited it for, but
I've got it. So what she did was she applies the Brendan thing because she's basically saying it's for
sounds right, Travis.
she's citing the part where it's more I think it's the opportunity, because the state actually bring it up in their response. It's their 0.8, and she's trying to say to them, or she's trying to say that to meet the opportunity, KZ, you haven't taken into consideration all the other factors. For Bobby, it's not just an opportunity that he has the tools and motive to get there. You have to provide proof of the framing side of it, like, well, how did he do it? And if you want to do that, then you have to take into consideration how Brendan plays a part in it, because you haven't addressed that, because that's, like you said, it's a fact of court. That is a part of a citation that she brings up. So
what did she say in the
I'm
order?
grabbing it right now. Oh my God, I've got so many comments here. I'm bringing it up right now. It is Brendan, because I wrote to you, we need to address it. It's at the bottom here. Just give me a sec. Okay, it's not that part. So I write to you, we need to highlight this. Won't be a sec. Got it. Okay, it says, okay, where the hell did I write that? Where did we put it? Just give me a sec. I'm trying to cancel. It's not letting me go to it. I have to shut it down.
While you're looking for that, so
Yeah.
in the Court of Appeals, so this gets back to the amount of publicity you want or don't want surrounding a case, and how much you're going to put yourself out there. But in the Court of Appeals decision denying the 5 motions, including the second 97406, one of the footnotes, when they're talking about they perceive as yet another misrepresentation by Zellner, they put this gratuitous footnote at the bottom, and y'all will remember this as soon as I say it, talking about, well, normally, we wouldn't go into this much detail, but this is a case that's reached national, or they may even have said international attention, and pointing out stuff like this has the tendency to give the public essentially the real facts. In other words, they're referencing the Netflix documentary, specifically Ma'am 2, that, and they're saying that, we're pointing this stuff out about these misrepresentations because we think it's important for the public to get the true story. Now, I don't agree with that just because I'm saying it, but it was clear that's what they were doing. The national or international publicity of the case had absolutely nothing to do with what they needed to decide. But they made a big point of pointing out, we're pointing out this misrepresentation because if you read between the lines, you, the public, that are interested in reading this, you're not getting the full story, you're not getting the true story, and so that's why we're pointing out these misrepresentations. But that was an example of, I've never seen anything close to that, but they can do it. And did you find it, Kel?
Yeah, I've got it. It just keeps booting back up. But what I got also is that because she uses the same language. So I'll read to you guys what she wrote. This is Angela, and then and once I finish that, I'll read what point 8 is to the state. So it says, the defendant further failed to offer any facts of record that establish a consistent plan to frame the defendant, or any theory including or excluding law enforcement involvement, which implicates the defendant in this crime. The defendant's theory that Bobby framed him for this murder also fails to acknowledge a significant fact in relation to this crime, to which Brennan Dassey confessed and was convicted of participating in the murder of Miss Halbach. Brenda specifically implicated the defendant in this crime, and his conviction has been affirmed by the appellate courts and remains on record. Now, if you go over to what the state said, the state had a list of 8 things that, and they're also saying to prove the framing side of it was point 8. That Bobby would have had to convince his younger brother, Brendan, to go along with this plan and fabricate a confession implicating himself and Avery, or why Brendan would do so.
Yeah, so I get the outrage over referencing that, especially in what the state's theory was radically different in Stephen's case. Who's responsible? One person. Brendan's case, completely different. 2 people. And it was surprising to me that there's not even clear law against that. She had that claim originally, and she voluntarily dropped it. She found an ethics professor to say it was unethical, but she ultimately dropped that because prosecutors can take alternate theories if they're now they can't prosecute 2 people that aren't co-defendants, can't prosecute a complete stranger to a crime, so to speak, and get a conviction on them also. But barring that, they can take inconsistent theories. And I understand the outrage. What does Brendan's case have to do with? But in decisions in other cases can impact you in another case. So, for example, it happens a lot in civil cases where facts are established, and then similar parties in a criminal case try to avoid those facts where they've been established. And I don't really take it for much other than that, in light of the Court of Appeals, backhand reference to the international publicity, or the international acclaim that the case has received, it's, I wouldn't get too upset about it. It's, she's, picked up on the state's argument and showing, look, here's this plan, and you've got to come forward with something when there's a valid confession of a co-defendant. I know that probably doesn't make anybody feel any happier. I think it was totally unnecessary that she reference it, but there's nothing that prevents her from referencing it. She could have just given the citations to the case.
Yeah, I understand that, Trevor. I think it just annoys me that the fact that
Well,
we
the
all
whole opinion's annoying. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah, the whole thing's annoying, especially her logic. And then so going one layer deeper, she's talking about, well, this thing about you haven't shown that he's smart enough to come up with stuff. And look at all of the assumptions she's making in those statements. And the only thing that's supposed to be looked at is, have you on the face of it laid out something that justifies an evidentiary hearing? And the only thing she should be looking at is it conclusive? Is the record conclusive? You're not entitled to one. And what's the reason for that? We went over that earlier. It's to not waste the court's time on unmeritorious BS claims that sometimes get filed by pro per defendants, frequently get filed by pro per defendants. Case in point, Stevens 97406 motion, the first one. I mean, it's just he copied and pasted from the forms in the law library, and every prison law library has them. They made no sense whatsoever, and didn't apply to anything. And so, those frequently get denied without an evidentiary hearing. Every once in a while, even in Wisconsin, a pro per is able to articulate some specific facts that gets them an evidentiary hearing, and they typically appoint an attorney at that point. But, it's to save the court's time on stuff, but here it was an attorney laying this all out, and she comes with all this stuff. But what I have a bigger problem with in referencing Brendan's confession, which when the Supreme Court denied certiorari to review it, left the Wisconsin decision intact. And I mean, even Zellner's tweeted that, this was years ago, that it's unfortunate, but that that's a lawful confession, and nothing is ever going to change that. And that's
I think that's what annoys me the most about it, though, Travis, is that we all see that confession was coerced. It was fed to Brendan, left, right, and centre. Who shot her in the head? What did you do to your body? Things like that. What did you see in the fire? I saw toes. Also, that it was attached to her body, was it? Things like that. And there's also 250 experts that have also came out in the field of coerced confessions on Brendan's side. And it's still not got him anywhere. And then she comes and she brings this up about Brendan and his confession. It made me so angry about why she was bringing Brendan into it. And I know that his confession is by law legal, which is fucking stupid, because we all know it's no. I understand that, but I don't think she should have been able to bring Brendan into it, period, because it's not like Stephen's brought Brendan up in any of his motions that I know he's so far basically saying, you know, oh, Brendan this or Brendan that. It's maybe been in there once or twice about his confession, but I think I was just angry and annoyed that she actually had the audacity to bring that up when it's got nothing to do with Brendan. It's Stephen, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think so. I think this maybe help. I don't know. So when I read through that and I see that, to me, what I was thinking as I was reading through that is it just shows how weak her logic is, having to resort to that line of thinking. You gotta show that the potential third party defendant has got the sophistication to come up with this planting and framing. And then I look at when she references the co-defendant's case, you know, just how weak her arguments are. And, you know, I'm sure Kathleen's going to address that, but, you know, to me, when I saw it, I'm just like, well, that just shows on what, you know, shady footing the circuit court's on, having to use an argument like that.
Travis,
Yes.
can I ask a question? You know, I've been listening intently, and I want your professional opinion on this. Because of the legal standing regarding Brendan Dassey's confession, in that Brendan implicated himself and implicated his uncle Stephen Avery in the rape, torture, murder of Teresa Halbach, and ultimately the cremation of Teresa Halbach in the burn pit. Do you believe that now there's absolutely no way that Stephen can be released on the mere factor that the confession is the legal truth? I would like your opinion.
I don't think, and for the reasons Alice was talking about, Brendan's, from a legal standpoint, Brendan's confession has, you know, no legal significance whatsoever on Stephen's case. So, for example, if you know, let's take a more black or white situation. So let's say through MVAC or something else, you ended up with DNA of somebody that was one of these potential third-party defendants. Ex-boyfriend's not a good one, because I don't know if he was ever in that car or not, but you know, there's a third-party defendant. They're not even on the Avery salvage yard, and it shows conclusively that somebody else committed the crime. If Brendan's confession any legal significance, it would bar that, and that's not barred. Everything is open, subject to the standards of review, subject to the requirements of Strickland, subject to the requirements of Brady, subject to the requirements of Denny, subject to the requirements of IAC. All of those things are alive and in play in Stephen's case. The confession of Brendan is not what we call in the law res judicata or collateral estoppel, meaning it has a legal impact in another case, specifically Stephen's case. So My professional opinion is the fact that there's the confession in the eyes of the law is completely legitimate, valid. In Brendan's case has no impact on Stevens. Where in the past we've discussed the fact that there's a valid confession in Brendan's case. What the significance of that is how much different the appeals and the appellate avenues in Brendan's case are and from Stevens.
So
go ahead.
So Travis, potentially we can have this bizarre situation with what happened with Ryan Ferguson and the other co-conspirator, in which Ryan Ferguson was ultimately exonerated, but the other guy, because he made a deal with the courts, is now sitting in prison. I think that was Erickson. So are you trying to tell me that potentially we can have the situation whereby Stephen Avery could potentially be exonerated, even though there is forensic evidence pointing to him, and Brendan Dassey can remain in prison despite no forensic evidence pointing to him? Is that a real possibility?
Legally in Wisconsin, it's more than a possibility. However, I would like to think if that was the situation, if Stephen gets exonerated, I think it's going to be based on something that get manifestly unjust for Brendan to remain, and there would be an avenue in the interest of justice for Brendan. But that's discretionary, but the Wisconsin Supreme Court has the power to reverse any case based on the interest of justice. And that's actually what Buting, and why I commended the book. Everybody, I know you're in the process of reading it, and you got a lot of stuff to read, and it's taking time, but that's ultimately where Gary Buting had to end up, is getting a court to say that this is just an injustice, and which gives me hope in Stephen's case. But I can't think of a scenario that Stephen gets exonerated and exonerated is a technical term. It's different than getting a new trial and the state decides they don't want to retry the case. That's not an exoneration. Getting exonerated, I can't think of a basis that Stephen could get exonerated that wouldn't totally shatter Brendan's case. But is it legally possible? Yes, and I've referred you all in the past to those 3 African American kids from a rural county went to Madison to work. It was either selling magazines or selling something door to door, and they did that all day, and then at night they went to the University of Wisconsin and met some people, including some girls, and all 3 of them ended up getting either pleading or getting convicted of some sort of a sexual assault with a white female. And one of them fought it, had their family got together some money and ended up showing exoneration. And then the other one did. Well, the third one didn't have the money and filed on his own one day late a 97406 and or not a 97406, filed something a day late, and he was sentenced to a number of years, and he lucked out. The circuit court judge, they denied his appeal to her discretion, which the state said she didn't have to do, but they didn't have any way to fight it, lowered his sentence to time served, but he still labors under this conviction. He can't go to his kids' Christmas pageants. He can't, go within, because he's a registered sex offender. And they took that up on appeal and fought it, but Wisconsin, they saw no problem in that he was the least culpable of the three. And so when, under normal circumstances, Doc, I would say there's no possibility. But in Wisconsin, they're content with that. I don't know if it's because of the demographics of the people involved, but I mean, it was just outrageous. He was looking, if that circuit court, that trial court judge hadn't taken an interest of justice approach, he would have been in prison for another 3, 4, 5 years. And the state was totally good with that. When, it was shown with these other two co-defendants that, didn't happen the way the alleged victim said it happened. So it's a possibility, but, if Stephen's exonerated, especially with forensics, it's just going to be earth-shattering, and there's no way that I see that Brendan's going to be left there, and they're going to say, "Well, you confessed," because he could file a motion for additional testing, the same testing that maybe gets Stephen exonerated, and you can overcome a confession. It's a harder process on post-conviction. You have to go through what they call a gateway. And so it is a little bit more difficult if you've confessed in a case. But we know there are many exonerations, Doc, many, from the University of Michigan database and the Innocence Project database. There are numerous false confessions that resulted later in an exoneration, and it's tougher, but I would like to hope that if Stephen got exonerated, that would carry over and help Brendan.
Well, I've just got a couple of points, Travis, if I could make it, and then I'll move on. This is exactly the argument that Judge Sukowicz is using against Kathleen Zona, in terms of, like, she's presenting Bobby Dassey as a viable Denny. And the argument by Judge Angie Sukowicz is, well, how can that possibly be when Brendan Dassey has confessed to the murder of Teresa Halbach and implicated his uncle, Stephen Avery? So you've now got this bizarre situation whereby there was a lot of fighting by the Attorney General Brad Schimmel to ensure that Judge Duffin's decision got overturned, as well as the initial en banc panel, because I believe that the state knew the ramifications of having Brendan Dassey's coerced confession thrown out for this very reason that you've just spoken about, Travis, in that it's going to be a real bizarre situation whereby through the use of forensic evidence, further forensic testing, Stephen Avery gets exonerated because the entire case falls to pieces. And yet, because Brendan was coerced, and the fact that his confession has now legally stood and is now regarded as the truth, potentially he can be sitting in prison because he confessed to a crime, and yet Stephen, using the avenue of further forensic testing, potentially could be exonerated. And that leads to my final point, where I did a presentation with the foul play team. MVAC everything. MVAC everything. And we know, you just said a very important point. One particular aspect of having the profile of somebody else that they don't know, well, we know that exists. It's called A23. A23 is a partial DNA profile that doesn't belong to Stephen, doesn't belong to Brendan. It's blood on the back door of the victim's vehicle. You cannot get anything better than that. And that's why it's so frustrating that Laura Nyrider and Steve Drizzen do not go through the forensic route. They've got a perfect opportunity to blow this case apart. I'll be interested in what you have to say, Travis.
So the problem is a lot of the evidence that you all have developed, and the what's the best way to put it? The foul play team has come up with some solid forensic explanations, and pointing out significant problems, and also in terms of the evidence collection and cataloging and chain of custody, significant problems. The problem is on the legal side. None of that stuff's in play. So, for example, the third-party defendant, that's the subject of her third motion, Stephen's third motion, 97406 motion. I'd hazard to guess that she actually, I would hazard to guess that Kathleen feels that she's got better third-party defendants, but she can't use them. All she has left that hasn't either been ruled on the merits or procedurally barred is the third-party defendant that remains. And so now, what can bust through clear on that? So it's going to be what got him exonerated in the 85 case, and what got, and as you read Buting's book, you'll see it actually didn't come up with evidence, because what the court found is that the prosecutor on purpose had the investigator take the DNA that Jerry knew would exonerate his client, had the detective take that to the lab and test it because he knew it would all be consumed. And Jerry had orders in place that nothing would be tested because after a while, he just didn't trust his prosecutor. And it ended up there was nothing left to test. And so the court just said, this is an outrage, and we're not going to let this stand. And they reversed the case under that discretionary authority that they had because of what they felt was a manifest injustice. And so I know it's difficult. It's like if you just would look over here, you'd see. But that's kind of what prompted this whole thing when Jack asked me to discuss the appellate process is not to, there's no way to diminish the frustration like that Alice had for the reference of Brendan. It's to explain what the court can look at and what it's not going to look at. And, it doesn't answer many questions. But, trying to lay out why is there a procedural bar? And, there's a background to that, a huge background. And, it goes back to politics and the way the general public perceives crime. Just look at how much headway has been made on that people confess to things they don't do. What was, everybody remember the argument in Brendan's case? It's the typical argument that, people don't confess to things they haven't done. And, back then, even the top experts were saying, well, yeah, the juries, 90% of the juries end up going that way or more. Well, that's been chipped away at. But it's just one example of what, the viewpoint and what the vast majority, from what I'm told, people in Wisconsin felt at the time. And, they're very, very difficult cases and very, very difficult situations. There's no doubt. That's my thinking on it.
Trevor, I might be skipping ahead of you here because I know that's a point you wanted to eventually get to, but you were exploring something when you said there's things that the courts of appeal, regardless of some of this. Trevor, I might be skipping ahead. Oh, sorry. Was that you talking, Jack? Have I got mute?
I'm sorry. I'm having a technology snafu here, but you go ahead. I've got a question for Travis in relation to what Alice said.
Sure. I was just going to say, I don't want to skip ahead of him because I know it's something we were going to explore because we've been working on it, but things that the courts won't take into consideration. And one of those topics is some stuff that has been put into the community that a lot of people are bringing up. I see a lot of comments and there's posts about it, and there's a lot of generalization about it, like what does it mean? Could this be a new potential lead for KZ if she explored it? And that's things like the bloody instrument. These are the little things that, when you were addressing some things, the courts it won't have anything. There's like bearings in the the case. Do you want to explore that now, or should we wait a little bit longer?
We can either go to some of the questions, or we can go to that. I have that in the PowerPoint.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's just so that you opened up the door for it. I was like, oh, it's a good time to kind of flow into that because it's something that we've been looking into recently as well. Just to give people more of an understanding of what would need to be more of for KZ to be able to use it.
Well, I've got this quote up, and which is page 24 and 25 of 31 pages of the decision. So she brings up Brendan, but just earlier in the opinion about access to the computer as between Brendan Blaine and Bobby, and all of that's innocuous, and it gets
Yeah, Travis, if you have, and you can probably explain this pretty quickly if I can just insert my question.
yeah. Go ahead.
So thinking back to Avery's trial, if I'm remembering correctly, we can look at there were several motions that got brought up about using Brendan's name. This was at the beginning of Avery's trial, and so it was decided that they would not say Brendan's name; they would say and another. The problem being is that the defense was not allowed to question him directly, right? And the defendant has a right to face his accuser, and they got around that. I'm not a lawyer, and I just don't know how. I just don't understand how they got around that, because they used elements from Brendan in Stephen's trial, right?
So that's probably a whole nother show on the strategy about that, and Buting talks about that in his book. There was a lot of strategy going in, and where it started was the defense filed a motion with the judge saying, "Look, we got to know, are they gonna call Brendan or not?" And judge, they need to decide, and you need to order them to decide, which normally a judge wouldn't have to do, but they filed that motion to see what kind of ground they could get. It was a real struggle for them because remember, they paid for and had the White report. And so you had this press conference where it's all laid out. And so, and I think why Jerry covered it in his book, because, a lot of attorneys were trying to figure out, the other thing they had is daily press conferences. Never seen that. And then they wanted it to be, they hear from the state, and then they'd hear from Teresa's brother, and then, the defense, and they were like, well, we're not going to agree with that. So their leverage was to get the judge to enter a gag order during the pendency of the trial. But they didn't, this wasn't mentioned in the book, but I saw that they felt they had to get out there and make some points in the media because they were so far behind because of that deplorable press conference, which totally against, every state's ethical thing. And my recollection is even Kratz admitted that if he had to do everything over again, he wouldn't have done the press conference. But there was a lot of strategy and thinking about, well, maybe we want to force them into having Brendan testify. And so then it was a motion to have them to dismiss pretrial the sexual assault allegations, because there was no evidence of that in Stephen's case. The only evidence of that was Brendan's confession. And then, and I probably have these facts messed up. It deserves its own total thing, but it's important to go through because of all of this strategy. So they're like, well, okay, we'll go ahead and dismiss, but the defense should not be able to bring up the fact that we dismissed the sexual assault allegations. And, why would the state want that? Well, they wouldn't want to be admitting that they filed charges that were weak or had no evidence to support them. There were a number of rulings, my recollection was, and I just can't remember them in detail enough to give a good response to your question, an accurate one.
No, I completely understand, and I was just reading through a little bit of that a few nights ago, and it just sparked a memory that there was some pretty significant arguments about them bringing Brendan's name up, but he's not going to appear in trial, or is he, or not going to, so that he could be questioned. And I think you're right. They strategize it, or Kratz was saying, well, hell, I don't want String and Beauty questioning this guy, because they could have really, I think, done a lot of damage to the state's case against Brendan, which would, of course, affected Stephen's trial. I just don't understand how they got around the legality of using fruits from Brendan in Stephen's trial, but they did. We've talked a little bit about this before, but you've kind of said we need to have a deeper conversation about that, and I'll let it go for now, and maybe at some point we can talk about it in another open mic.
Yeah, I want to go, so where you have to start is the trial transcript and what exactly came in, and then the next step is you go to the pretrial hearings and see what was discussed, and then I'll dig out Jerry's book and see what he said about it, and then we can have a detailed conversation. So on Doc's point, she uses Brendan's confession in that one paragraph about the plan. I don't read it as strong as Doc does, that the confession conclusively shows anything. I think it was a gratuitous thing in here where she's saying, oh, and by the way, this theory that the co-defendant framed him for this murder also fails to acknowledge a significant fact in relation to this crime. Brendan confessed, specifically implicated the defendant in the crime, and remains of record. How I take this is that This is a swipe at KZ, not Stephen. She doesn't cite this in any shape or form, because she's probably smart enough to know that would have been stupid, that confession, legal or not and under the eyes of the law, doesn't have any legal significance in Stephen's case. It's not binding on Stephen, not at all. The way I read this is that you're blaming this third party defendant, and you've laid out these theories against the backdrop of, so you've got that, and you're dragging this third party defendant through the mud, so to speak. And we've got standards in Wisconsin that you got to lay out before you can do that. And, you know, what do I have on the other side to measure this up against? And it's confession of a co-defendant, which implicates him. It's completely inappropriate. Is it a violation of any judicial ethics? No, but I don't read it the way Doc was reading it, in that it's conclusive as to anything in Stephen's case. The way she wrote it, and trust me, I'm not trying to defend her in any way, shape, or form. It's, you know, inappropriate to put this. You know, why even mention it? It's, again, to me, when I read it, what I was thinking was, if this is how you're trying to prove a point, not a legal element, not trying to establish a test legally based on confession in other case, but she's trying to support her argument, her justification rather. She's trying to support her justification for her ruling based on that. You know, when I read it, I just felt, you know, this just shows that she's got fundamental flaws in her logical thinking on this stuff.
But isn't the danger though, Travis, very much that it is an opinion, right? And by that I mean, when Judge Duffin went through Brendan Dassey's so-called confessions, he ruled no. You either try him again or you toss it out. And then went to the en banc, and Brendan's attorneys, they'd won 2-1. And again, Brad Schimmel was not satisfied with that outcome, went to the full panel, and eventually Brendan's team lost 4-3. So it is based really on opinions. And Brad Schimmel was not prepared to accept the umpire's decision, and it had to go to 3 different types of rounds. So for Judge Angie to mention the fact that, well, you know, hey, look, the appellate courts said, no, the confession wasn't coerced. Brendan gave it under his own volition. It's legal. It's the truth. Why would she do that, Travis? What's the point of doing that?
Well, like I say, the way I read it is she's using that flawed logic, like she uses flawed logic throughout the opinion, to prove a point on, you know, her failed logic on plan. But what you've brought out something really important. So Duffin's opinion is published. This order isn't published, and it's not precedential authority for anything. So Duffin's opinion that is a published opinion, and that opinion is it's of record, and it doesn't have precedent because it was overturned. It has persuasive authority for future cases. This order denying the memorandum, decision, and order, it's not a published opinion, has no precedential weight. It's just it swipes back and forth, and I don't know if you earlier in the case, and that first opinion, or actually the orders denying motion for reconsideration, I felt it just rose to like a personal level between the judge and the and Zellner's office, or Kathleen. There was a lot of stuff on Twitter at the time, and again, it goes back to my point. People have different styles, but my thinking is, why are you having this PR campaign when someone's in a position, if they wanted to give Stephen the benefit of the doubt, they could. And that's ultimately what Buting had to rely on with his client, that he ultimately got exonerated. But the way she writes this in here, it's of no effect outside the confines of this order denying the motion, and to me, it's a swipe at Zellner and what she perceives are weak arguments. But again, the moment I read it, I said, well, I'm going to go back and look at this, because to put something like that in there, the judge's arguments, logic, conclusions have to be weak. And then the foul play team's already spotted a number of inaccuracies, but I'm glad you brought it up, because here's something important. Kathleen filed a notice of appeal. She did not file a motion for reconsideration, which she has the right to do, which would be with Judge Angie. If there's something that's clearly misstated, you can go in and file a motion for reconsideration and point out the errors. To me, that means Kathleen saw that rather than trying to allow the circuit court to correct its errors, she could have even mentioned this, was much better to get the appellate court to see the whole thing in context. And so the fact that she filed that notice of appeal tells me, what the gist of her brief in the Court of Appeals is going to be. And not correcting these errors that have been pointed out. This really the non-legal swipe that the judge has put in about Brendan, but the context of the paragraph, and I've gone through it here 2 or 3 times. She doesn't mention that in any legal context. That she doesn't mention that Stephen has to overcome that, because she'd be if she said something like that, it'd be an automatic reversal. And so she got this backhanded swipe about you're asking me to measure the record and your arguments against the backdrop of this. So I'm pretty confident that Kathleen is going to have a comment about the circuit court saying fails to acknowledge a significant fact in relation to this crime. She's going to point out it doesn't have anything to do with the 97406 motion. I mean, where did, the court was clear on motion number 6 in footnotes that it said, look, we're too far along on our brief to have you add this, to send this back and then bring the 6th claim, which is the thing about seeing the third party defendant pushing the RAV down the road and other stuff. We're too far along, but you can bring this later on, assuming you can show a reason for it. And then they went a step further and said, you can even bring up the Zealy CD, you can bring up the computer stuff. We're not commenting yet on whether, it's going to be valid or not, but they use the term that very well may be relevant, the computer searches, so on and so forth. That may very well be relevant in connection with your 6th claim that you can show that to be motive. But I just wouldn't read too much into that. It's the way she wrote it. It's what we call dicta, obiter dicta. So I wouldn't get too bent out of shape about it.
Thank you,
Although
Travis.
I understand your frustration, Doc, but doesn't have any legal significance.
Right, because I thought it was a very clever strategy on the state's part, on the judge's part, because she was able to knock on the head the Valley CD, Sawinski, and Baresh all in one hit. And the judge made it abundantly clear, unless you have a direct, and I mean a direct connection between a third party Denny and the murder of Teresa Horbach or her possessions, forget about it. That's the strong impression I got. So she was able to, in one hit, knock everything out of the park, according to the judge.
Right, and that goes back to what I was saying earlier, and I agree with you 100% on that. Direct connection, I mean direct, and that's a great way of putting it, and that's what I was referring to earlier, that the things that she's expecting, there's no possible way any defendant in any case could show a direct connection without at least the opportunity for an evidentiary hearing. It's just because of the access. You all know what you have access to without subpoena power, and there's none of that you have pre-trial. Subpoena power, absent a witness's willingness to give you an affidavit, or pulling something from the record. But the stuff that, and I don't have it right in front of me, but you can go through this at some point later on, but there are several things in there that maybe Kelly knows a page reference. I sent her a bunch of notes, but one of the notes was there's no way on earth you could come up with this stuff without an evidentiary hearing. And this may turn out to be good for Stephen, precisely because she's expecting the impossible. And I don't see the Wisconsin courts ever requiring direct level. It's you got to be close, but that's what an evidentiary hearing is for.
She does, when we're talking about direct connection, she does bring into a fact, and she actually repeats it 4 times in basically one paragraph as well on the premises of direct connection. She goes back and she highlights in her analysis and basically her opinion that Bobby Dassey has no forensic evidence against him either. Now, I don't know what the standard is with that relevance, but she brings it in to also kind of do that cheap shot by saying to KZ, you keep on going back to he has access to the RAV and he's maybe pushing it after the fact, but we don't even have forensic, because she actually puts it in that paragraph as well with him being around the RAV. And she goes, there's nothing even, okay, we've got a witness that says he's in it, but we don't even have any forensic evidence that has that connection. And she repeats it, and then she does it again, and then she'll go down a little bit further, and then she brings it in again, and she goes, there is no forensic evidence connecting Bobby Dassey to the crime. Now, I know that's a little bit again off topic, but it kind of, when we're talking about the direct connection, she kind of signalizes that is a standard that she's working with, that okay, we have a witness that sees him, but he also was compared. He had his DNA taken, he had his fingerprints taken, and essentially, in the terms of the investigation, he was ruled out from being forensically connected. Now, everyone there's a double-ended sword here, because a lot of people say, well, Bobby Dassey could still be the murderer. So what? He was wearing gloves. But on the next breath, he doesn't have DNA against him. And then we have Brendan Dassey, who doesn't have DNA against him. So what's the standard? Is it good enough for Brendan not to have DNA against him and that makes him innocent? Does it make then Bobby Dassey have that same standard that, hey, the bar is high, he doesn't have DNA against him? There's nothing that directly, and I know that there's a little grey area there with DNA and how you reference that to the direct connection, but it's something that she highlights is lacking for him in particular. And she repeats it numerous times. I actually wrote it last night down. I didn't realize that the few times I wrote it till I was reading it out loud to myself, I thought I was losing my spot because I kept repeating it. And I thought, oh man, I keep rereading the same line. Maybe I'm having a stroke. But then I realized it was actually how she had structured it. She had wrote a sentence, he doesn't have direct connection, should insert something new and then repeat the same line. I'm like, how many times does this woman want to say it in one paragraph? And I think I counted between 3 to 4 times, just highlighting that one area.
It's a double standard.
So this is on page 13. So this is just one quick example, and I'll let other people comment. So this is about the searches on the computer. The state notes that there are no citations to any facts of record establishing Mr. Dassey's whereabouts at the time the searches were conducted, or any evidence that conclusively establishes that no other person had access to the home or the computer at the time in question. Well, of course not, because it wasn't an issue in Stephen's case at the time. There was no hearings about that. There was, nothing about that whatsoever. But what is she claiming? She's claiming ineffective assistance of counsel for not digging into these things deeper. And that would get you potentially to a Denny. That's the claim. And she's already gotten affidavits from either Buting and or Strang that they said they had no strategic explanation for not going beyond the representation of Kratz, which that's code for we may have been ineffective. They freely gave those to her, and they're attached early on. So she got rid of, this was strategy, because if it's strategy, it's almost impossible to say that a strategic decision, it can be done, but it's almost impossible to get a strategic decision to be declared ineffective assistance of counsel. But this, you should be saying, well, I'm just pointing out what the state argues, but she never comes in and says, well, I think the state's arguing too much, keeps flipping it back, that Zellner hasn't conclusively established whatever it is. Pushing a car 5 days later ties you to a murder. A search between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. can only be by one person. It may not conclusively establish it, but it sure as heck is a very strong inference and something that should be explored in an evidentiary hearing. Now, the danger of an evidentiary hearing is you just don't know, because you didn't have access to these witnesses or whatever the situation is. Sometimes you go into these evidentiary hearings and, they don't turn out good at all. It typically happens with people who do affidavits where they recant and might be the victim of a child abuse situation, and because of pressures, they're able to get the person to do a recantation. And I've seen that in opinions come out that they were able to show the defendant was coercing this person or offering a bribe for a recantation, and it was established. But these evidentiary hearings, you're in there establishing the evidence. Sometimes they don't turn out good, and with this, it may be that there are other people associated with those searches. I've seen all kinds of stuff, that computers in different locations, and on the video it's here when they're searching the house, and but again, that's who she's left with. And she's obviously she's obviously made clear that she's going to leave no stone unturned. And if it doesn't work out, then she'll go where she can go. But unfortunately, this is kind of the last thing that's on the near horizon. That doesn't mean aren't things like DNA and forensics on the more distant horizon, but what she's requiring them to show on a 974-06 motion, trying to get a hearing, and I'm glad we went through what the requirements are. I think she's got a decent chance of showing the Court of Appeals that what the judge is, through her order, is requiring is just totally unreasonable. It's just impossible for any defendant to meet. And so I think these comments that everyone has been making about this are, really important. And, I'm glad they were raised by Doc and Kelly and Jack and everybody else. They all kind of come back to this same thing. What what she's expecting is just unreasonable. And then to top it off, she comes up with this thing about a confession in another case somehow having a bearing on her analysis. And I hope that's the way the Court of Appeals takes it, that confession did have some sort of a bearing on her analysis, because I think the Court of Appeals, they'll either say, we don't think it had a bearing on her analysis when you look at the context of it. That's what I'm saying. If they reach that point, I think, they'd say it's reversible just on that. And, she needs to reboot. I don't think they'd give her the chance to reevaluate without that factor. I think they would just tell her you need to do one. What you're expecting is unreasonable. Now, there is a small chance. I've seen appellate courts do it, that they've said, it appears to us that this probably needs to go to a different judge. They've put that in the opinion, and then that happens. It's rare. I've seen it only once or twice in 35 years, but that's a possibility, and then another judge would be looking at it. But based on what I saw in the opinion on the second motion, I don't think that's likely at this point, but you never know. But we can go to that new evidence thing, or we can go to some questions that we had in Discord, whatever you want to do. We're at 3.25 hours. I probably should run in about 15-20 minutes, but I'll do whatever y'all want to do.
Well, just thinking about it, maybe hit a few questions before we get out of here. I'm good with whatever you're comfortable with doing. We can always do another part of this.
Let's try and answer some questions, because those have been lingering. So I'm going to share my screen again, and
okay. Give me just a second. Give me just a second, and I'll make it live.
Okay.
Okay, it's up. It's on. You're on slide 25. It looks like.
So this was. There we go. All right, so these were from the Discord. Jack set up a section. People could post questions, and these were to the first presentation a couple of weeks ago, and I've been wanting to get these answered for people. Are jury surveys subject to being able to be obtained via FOIA? And absolutely not in Texas. They're protected by statute. It's been a while since I've gone through the FOIA stuff when I was helping people several years ago with FOIA requests and what the law required. I don't recall ever seeing anything specific, but I would be highly surprised that jury questionnaires weren't completely protected or mostly protected. And then I'm kind of an educated guess. Jerry talks about the surveys in the in his book about how many had a college education, and rural county, that their ideal juror had a science background, college degree, and almost nobody fit that profile by the time it was done. But he just mentioned them in generics. And then you have to be extremely careful if you do have a juror's information, talking to them, harassing a juror is a crime in pretty much every state. And so when we go to talk to jurors after a trial, we go through a very careful process. And, we write them a letter, we remind them they're free to talk to us, they're also free not to talk to us, but it would be helpful for these reasons. And now what we do have in this case, which is rare, very rare, is we have the voir dire transcripts. 2 days, I think it's a couple of volumes. There's a lot of interesting information in there. And then I also have the blank questionnaire. It's interesting what they asked about pretrial publicity and so on and so forth. And a lot of the questions on there I recognize because a friend of mine, that's all he does is jury consulting, and really famous for it across the country. He's down in Houston, Robert Hirshhorn, and a lot of those questions look familiar, but even with, I'd recommend against, even if you could, which I don't think you can, getting the questionnaires. You have to be extremely careful about that. Could get in a lot of hot water quickly if that stuff got out in public. Even if it was from a FOIA, you still have to protect personal information, and that's under federal internet laws. And
Yeah, Travis, I think that remembering open records requests and understanding what things are exempt from, getting, I think that this may even be mentioned in Wisconsin. I can't remember for sure, but I think because certain things are exempt, it's automatic. You can't have it. And I think this is one of them.
Yeah. So in Texas, one court I practice in, the clerk comes by and picks them up from everybody, which I don't think they're entitled to do, but what are you going to do? The statute says that you sign out the potential juror list with the questionnaires, and you they're 100% confidential, and it's a crime if they're disseminated.
Yep.
Let's see. What is the legal stance on unsigned warrants if not executed? Does any of the content in them have any position to be reviewed in post-conviction? Probably not, for a couple of reasons. An unsigned warrant's probably not going to be in the record, like signed warrants are required to be in the record. That's number one. Number two, to bring a claim on something associated with a warrant, it's going to be Fourth Amendment. You have to bring that in a pretrial hearing. It's called a Franks hearing. And so you'd have to have a really good reason why it wasn't brought up. In this case, Buting and Strang did have a Franks hearing on one of the warrants. It's the warrant about the extending the first warrant. They added more categories of things that they wanted to get after they got the initial warrant relating to the RAV, and expanded that. And there was a hearing about, I can't remember which investigator, put in the body of the warrant, the affidavit in support of the warrant. He was given the VIN by and shooting and straying. But the issue was in that pretrial hearing was, you really didn't get the VIN number like you put in here. You only got the last four or the first four. And so they went round and round on that. And
It was from Remica. It was from Remica. The argument was that Remica didn't have permission from Earl to be on the property.
Yep.
Well, that was one aspect of it, but they went round and round. Buting's questions focused on, because in a Franks hearing, you have to show that what's in the PC, the affidavit for the search warrant is untrue or a misrepresentation. And then if you can show that, you pull that one part out, and court looks, is there still enough for a warrant? And what Buting focused on with his questioning was, you're making it say like you got a VIN number, but you only got 4. And then he went with more specifics. It's been so long. It's more specifics about the RAV, and he did a really good job on that and showing that they didn't know whether it had the Lemieux plate on the back or not. And but we all know how that turned out anyway. But the an unsigned warrant doesn't have any legal significance. You can't even show that, it wouldn't even go to credibility because it's not signed. That could be one thing, but you pretty much, for this to, one, it's been, you'd have to show, substantial reason why it wasn't brought up in a prior, either pretrial or in post-conviction somewhere.
They didn't have it, Travis. These I know what they're talking about. These are the draft warrants that Sunshine Christina got last year, and one of them specifically is the Disturbed Earth warrant, unsigned or draft warrant that Wiegert wrote, and there's some very specific and pretty damn damaging stuff in it. Specifically, well, there's actually several things specific. The blunt and bloody object found in the back of the RAV that somehow disappeared. We don't have any. There's no testing. There's no anything. It's just gone. That never gets brought up again. Also, we talked about this yesterday during the reading with the crew. We could also list, I think in number 12 or 13, talking about this cadaver dog that came by and hit, on this disturbed earth, indicating that something biological was there. But Buting and Strang never saw these unsigned draft warrants. So, I mean, to me, it raises a big question. And I will add one more thing, and I'll shut up. I do know that there are two people that have requested information from the DOJ about this. They haven't flat out come back and said, we don't have anything. And it's been several months since they sent these open records requests in, basically saying, we'll get back to you. So nothing so far. But if they didn't have anything, they're pretty good about saying, hey, we've checked our records. We don't have anything. We're done. Thank you. That's not what's happened so far.
Yeah, so that was good. Sunshine Christina, sometimes stuff goes out. The open records designated person may be on vacation, somebody else is filling in, and boom, all of a sudden you get stuff, but unsigned warrants, they're just not going to have any legal significance. So if they had it, the big problem would be, well, what would they say about it? And we just don't know. And what they would probably say, whether it's true or not, is I was just kind of going through my notes. I've written a bunch of notes. I put that, and then, well, why'd you change it? I don't know. It's been so long ago, but my recollection is several of those things went back and confirmed. I knew I was going to be signing the affidavit, and they didn't check out.
Well, I mean, in this specific instance, this is where Bushman and Search Team A, they started their search in the Redunk quarry, and they went towards this section of property. They crossed the property line into these people, the Vandergroofs or whatever the name was. They crossed the property line into this section of wooded area, and then they found this area of disturbed earth. Well, of course, Bushman, he halts, he makes a radio contact. He needs to send some DCI people down here, check out. We got some items that need to be looked at. However, of course, they just quickly discovered they weren't in the Redamp pit anymore, and they were on some personal people's property. So this warrant gets written, yet they made contact with the Vandergroofs or whatever their name is, and they gave written consent for the search, but it was after the fact. It was a done deal. I don't know. I don't know. It seems to me like a really gray, weird area that they were able to just completely get by.
None of those are issues in the case other than fumbling. And the, appellate court decisions in Wisconsin and even in Texas are that evidence would have been helpful in trial, right? They had plenty of bumbling, laid out a planting theory, a key, bumbling babysitters, and so it would have been helpful, but the courts, it's like that's not the test that it would have been helpful. It needs to be material. Now, Wisconsin, for many, many years, what they said was material, was just wrong. They were requiring on ineffective assistance of counsel and materiality, they were requiring too much. That you prove that it was conclusive, there would have been a different result. What Strickland says is that it's a reasonable probability the outcome could have been different, or it undermines confidence in the verdict. Bumbling, more bumbling, and in the 4-part test for new evidence, one of the tests is that it's not cumulative. So, unfortunately, more bumbling. Now, I mean, if you can show a direct connection, not assumptions, not logical A, B, connecting dots. If you can show, for example, that in that affidavit, the draft, they located a piece of evidence, for example, Teresa's camera, and it was, on this property, And then all of a sudden, you know, it's in a burn barrel the next day.
Right.
You know, you might be able to do something with that. You might be able to get a hearing on that, but, you know, it looks clear that they realized, oh my gosh, we didn't even have a warrant. Well, go back and get consent, you know.
Exactly. And that's what they
Just,
did.
you know, but I've got all of this stuff. We'll talk in part 3 on the did what the analysis would be on the what they pulled out of there, the tire iron or the bloody instrument. We'll go all through that, but probably not anything in post-conviction.
Right.
Because of those things, either because of a procedural bar or one of the prongs of Strickland or Brady. So wanted to jump ahead. Denny, since we talked about Denny today, here were some of the questions. What do you think about the first application of Denny in 1995? I kept saying 85. When was his conviction for Bernstein? Is that 95?
No, 85. That was the Bernstein
Okay.
case.
First application of Denny in 95. Do you know what, Kelly or Jack, do you know what this person may be referring to? Or Doc, 95, did some evidence come up? Or maybe they just mistaken 85, 95. I don't know specifically how Denny came up, if at all, in Stephen's first wrongful conviction, other than, you know, ultimately, you know, it was somebody else proven, and that, you know, he had to fight for years to get the court to look at that. Doc mentioned earlier in the podcast, they showed with some testing that there were some problems, but it wasn't definitive, and the fingernails, and, you know, that's not enough.
It was DNA testing in 1996 that Judge Hazelwood allowed. So it was the fingernail scrapings, and the DNA testing was fairly primitive back then. Only tested 3 loci, and there was alleles that didn't belong to Penny and didn't belong to Stephen. And Judge Hazelwood argued, well, Penny could have simply touched somebody, so DNA could have transferred under her fingernails and sent Stephen back to prison. Right.
So what do I think about application of Denny in 1995? Honestly, I don't remember how Denny related specifically in Stephen's case. My recollection was that he had a number of alibi witnesses that were disregarded completely, and they just went with Ms. Bernstein's identification, which we all know was manipulated. And so my answer to that would be there were much more serious problems and things going on, and so I just didn't focus on the Denny. I apologize on that. In your opinion, how in the world do you think KZ was able to rule out Josh Radant from her investigation of the crime? And I think I started this, people down this road, I typed in something during a podcast that you all were doing and pointed out that her potential third-party people have changed. And I think I used the term ruled out, which was a poor choice of words. KZ doesn't really rule out a potential third-party suspect. What happens is between the time of the motion for additional scientific testing and the motion for 97406 that she filed, in the motion for the testing, she didn't even refer to them by name. It was third-party suspect either A or 1 and third-party suspect B or 2. And everybody was able to figure out pretty quickly who those two people were. And one was the owner of a adjoining landowner. And they arranged to meet in person. Of course, he's sophisticated enough, to have his attorney there, and wouldn't be unusual at all. And their talking goes around, and so when we're using rule out, one, it was a poor choice of words on mine, but we know at the time of the 97406, he disappears. He's no longer mentioned in that brief, whereas the other third-party defendant is still in there with some others. And so she doesn't really rule out, she just doesn't list them in the motion, and they're not part of the deal, not part of the case anymore, in effect ruled out. But how in the world would that happen is, we've kind of seen this in the evolution. She's got to show three things: motive, opportunity, and a direct connection. And we know the levels that a circuit court judge takes each of those terms to be. What did Doc say? Direct, I mean direct. Connection, and so she may have just evaluated that, and some of this stuff that's just, you just have nothing at all. You want to focus on the stuff that was later determined that she didn't have enough there, and then recently, again, with a third-party suspect. So how that happens as a practical matter is, you have the opportunity to get with the person and then make an evaluation on if you can meet those three factors, because you're going to have to lay those out in front of the court in your motion. Anybody have any follow-up on that, or that answer that?
Well, I think the work, if I could just quickly add, the work that we're showing at the moment on Reading with the Crew, there's now a spotlight focused on one of his workers, Travis Growell, and his observations on October the 31st. He actually smelt something which he believed was coming from the Avery salvage yard, and it couldn't have possibly been because the wind was blowing away from him, not towards him. And it's very interesting that a lot of the events that transpired all involved Travis Growell and also Josh Redon's property. It's very, very interesting. I think the spotlight is actually going back on him and his worker. So stay tuned. It's getting very interesting.
So be that as it may, at the at the time, she's got to make an evaluation, or keep holding off on filing the motion and waiting. But at some of these things, you just do what you can, get an investigator. She was able to have a meeting with him and the attorney. He gave her good information about trying to tell them there was no fire, and they kept pushing back. Of course, he's sophisticated and obviously has access to lawyers and big landowner, and I can't remember exactly what the comment was. Paraphrasing, he tells Kathleen, well, I keep telling you what I saw, and you keep wanting me to say something else. What do you want me to say? And basically, saying that these guys just weren't willing to accept. And then that was, of course, beneficial to her because she had that expert on there's no way that the body could have been burned to that degree with that amount of time, the heat required and the amount of time, would have had to have been done probably in something like a burn barrel. And, some of this stuff that comes out years and years later that, you gotta pick your battles and, pick your theories. And so that's how those things happen in the real world. And then as time goes on, the issues become less and less. Everybody recalls the things. Well, we know that there's a billboard asking for tips. I don't believe witnesses hooked up with through the billboard. I think they mentioned they tried to reach out to Innocence Project, and they realized they weren't getting in touch with the right people, and that's what the delay was. But the things, and I apologize, I was out doing other stuff socially for the podcast, but I've been watching the series surrounding the burn pit and other things. Any of these things has the potential to come back in and be the subject of a 97406, but you now seen through one Court of Appeals decision and latest court order, the level that's required, especially materiality, or in a Denny context, direct connection. I don't think the Court of Appeals is going to affirm her on that level of what she needs to, quote, conclusively prove, unquote. But it's going to require significantly more than logic, and deduction is perfectly appropriate in scientific method versus inductive reasoning is perfectly appropriate in scientific method. Deductive reasoning is not. But induction is, can look at something and say, well, there's no snow on the ground tonight, and then in the morning there's snow on the ground. Through deductive reasoning and inductive reasoning, it snowed last night. You can't conclusively prove it because you were in bed asleep. But something like that can form the basis. But trying to connect dots and prove, something couldn't have happened or didn't happen, you have a much tougher road to For example, the aggressiveness of Bear. I'm pretty convinced he wasn't aggressive, but that's from what's been laid out in the podcast and coupled with asking Barb about it when she was in one day. But it's hard to get an evidentiary hearing to get all those people to come in and testify about aggressiveness of Bear without having something that's going to show a direct connection. And what I've watched so far is the direct connection of planting. Now, argue the strengths and weaknesses all day. I'm just telling you, you can see what coming up with a witness who was verifiable, that's like 1 in a million. So you get this guy, says he's on a paper route, and he sees Bobby Dassey pushing a RAV 4 days down later, 5 days down the road with another guy, and called in about it. And lo and behold, there's a call that was never given to defense. That justifies, in nearly every court I'm aware of, an evidentiary hearing. But not with her. And then you saw the things, just like on the bones, for example, that, look, if there's these bones out in this other pit, the county pit or whatever it was, in 3 different locations, and Kathleen argues that's pretty solid evidence that he didn't commit the crime, because who in their right mind would burn somebody off premises and then bring them back and put them in your burn pit and your, well, they said that failed on all 3 accounts, all 3 prongs. So, you can, that's the Court of Appeals, which has been the most reasoned on this. So that's the kind of level that you're going to need. I don't think you need the circuit court's level or anywhere near close to it, but you've got to have something that's, you pretty much need somebody to contradict. You need a witness to come in and say, I was there and he's not aggressive. But,
Well, we actually have video proof that he's not aggressive,
And photos.
and photos taken by the 2 officers that did the walkthrough on November the 6th. So you can't get actually any better evidence than that. And we've got a photograph of an officer.
Wait. You got a dog standing on the berm. And I've heard the arguments, and I think it's admirable what you all have been able to get out. But for example, the fact that that guy is a dog handler, you would get big pushback, significant pushback. You can't get into court with that. You need more. A photograph of a dog standing versus several officers saying he's not, he was too aggressive, then trying to draw conclusions from the fact that he's not aggressive.
Oh no, we've actually got video footage that he's not aggressive, taken by 2 law enforcement officers standing within feet of Bear.
Yeah, and so, but here's the thing: you're procedurally barred, and so you got one thing left: new evidence. What's,
But correct me if I'm wrong, Doc, but did Bobby no say on the stand That
Yes,
bear
he
wasn't
did in court.
aggressive.
He actually said it in court that he's non-aggressive.
Yeah, he said it in court on the
So
stand when he was
that
being
makes it
questioned.
even worse for us. So, you know, that's so the first place you got to start is what came out at trial. And, you know, that wasn't picked up on, and, you know, so the ultimate conclusion is, I know where we're getting at, and it makes sense to me because it, you know, it's straight logical analysis, but you've got to have some good, solid deduction, which is basically what Angie's pointing out, that, well, there's two people in the car, so you can't say that he's directly linked to the murder. Could be the other person that wasn't identified. You know, you haven't shown anything. It won't be to that level, but it's going to be close. And so the fact that Bear is not aggressive, really what we're trying to get to is a good, solid, believable foundation that there were no bones in that pit on a certain day.
Correct. And
you're not going to get there with.
I think we're going to prove it. And also, Duke discovered that there's a law enforcement officer on November the 6th feeding Bear at the burn pit.
Well, then that's great. And then you'll be able to get an affidavit from one of them saying.
Never seen before.
So, you know, that'll be, that would be easy then to get one of them to say there were no bones that day. And then assuming you can get behind a procedural bar, but that's what it's going to take. It's going to take an affidavit from one of them saying, I don't know what they were talking about. There were no bones in that pit when I walked by on such and such a day.
Can I just get something verified? Dr. Silkman, what Duke's discovered is that officer that was feeding Bear, was that the same officer though that claims to have originally, like, that first find the bones as well?
We don't know who that officer is.
Right.
We suspect it's Kacharski, but
we believe it's Kacharski. Now, Kacharski's from Calumet, and on the same day, there's a photograph of an officer in the same type of dark clothing standing right next to the Calumet County police vehicle, and Kacharski happens to be a dog handler. Now, if Bear was aggressive, there'll be no way you're going to have someone within literally feet of Bear at the burn pit. And the other person of great suspicion is Sergeant Jason Jost.
Well, you know, another aspect to add to this, and we can consider it an element, you know, it's outside of everything, you know, kind of leaning into what Travis is talking about, needing something direct. But here's the thing. Of all the communication, and I'm talking about radio and dispatch calls, there's not one mention of an aggressive dog on that property. Not one. And, you know, call me, you know, Mr. Dumbass or whatever, but to me, with everything that they were talking about, I would have thought one officer would have said, hey, D.I. Shutter or whoever, you got to get this dog out of here. He's going to bite someone if he was
And
really
Travis,
aggressive.
sorry, Jack 61, Travis, that's the whole premise of why no cremains were found until November the 8th, all
Right.
because of an aggressive bear. And we've just now disproven it, that is indeed not the case. It cannot be the case.
I don't know. You know, if nothing else.
In respect to Travis, though, he's trying to say that although what you guys are saying has like a legitimacy that you guys have, that's great, but in the court of law, it takes more. It's procedurally barred. There needs to be more
Yes.
of a foundation
Sure.
than just, we
I
found
agree.
this because of a picture or video. He's saying it goes beyond research teams. It goes
Yes.
more. This is law we're talking about. This is
Yes.
bigger
Yes.
than what people find while they're sitting behind a computer and then trying to put
Yes.
the pieces together.
Sure.
I agree. But there's no test for planting. And the only
No.
person that can come clean is the planter. That's not going to happen.
No, never. It'll never happen. But, I think just to add to all the conversation, I mean, for me personally, understanding what Kel's saying and that Travis is sharing this great information, let's just say, beyond hope of hope, that Kathleen does get a new trial, all of this will come in or can come in. I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying it could potentially be part of it. So for that reason alone,
Absolutely. All of it. It resets new, and everything is fair game, subject to the rules of evidence. So, it's got to be relevant. All of it is fair game and would come in, and that's a big key. So now there's a lot of things that Kathleen's uncovered, that you all have uncovered, that no one ever would have thought to get into at the time. And now they would, either in a pretrial hearing. So now you might see a motion to suppress on whatever was involved on the Endegrief's property. You might see a new motion to suppress on the RAV with the VIN number, but also the tire iron, or whatever that's being referred to as. There's a whole host of things, but and on planting, it's very difficult. So to use the tooth analogy, I mean, what's the closest thing you could possibly have to show that a third party defendant planted a vehicle and a key and electronics, other than pushing the car down the lane 5 days after the incident? I mean, what is it just coincidence that he's I don't want to get in that on credibility on the date, but it's a whole nother episode on what he said when, but but yet it's, that's not direct evidence that he murdered her. That's the kind of stuff. And you're right, nobody, they were able to get unless there's some miracle on somebody coming forward and saying, I was involved in planting this or planting that, they got the best possible planting defense that you'd ever see, with the vial and access to the vial, and that he really did an incredible job with that. And unfortunately, at county, those jurors, we can all think of a number of places that would have flown. I don't know Wisconsin well enough, but several people told me, Milwaukee, that would fly. They don't that defense would have flown. They don't trust the police in Milwaukee
Right.
at all. And you know, certain other areas, LA, their history. I mean, there's a bunch of places that would have flown, but that county, those jurors. I saw Dean at a legal conference talk about, they asked him, how on earth could the jury have found the way they did with all of the stuff you had? And just, raised his arms up like, you got me, which, that's why when Stephen had the chance for an automatic mistrial, when that juror was excused, it was up to him, and in the hearing, Jerry Buting says, I didn't tell him what he had to do, but I encouraged him to let this jury decide it, because I think we raised a lot of doubt on a number of things, and you just never know. But hindsight being 2020, you should have taken the mistrial and let the public defenders take over from there. But it goes back to what I've said to all of you guys before. That's all fine and good that we've got all of these things that can lead to more reasonable doubt. It's if it's tried in that county again, or Calumet with Manitowoc jurors, the CSI culture we have, and what's the other one? But it's talked about all across the country that CSI generation of people that grew up on that. You're going to hear blood, DNA in the car, and that's where you got to focus first. And then what I really thought was just really going to be the coup de grace against the state that Kathleen had was the bones that unfortunately didn't turn out, and the testing of them, and then the fact that they weren't preserved by the return to the funeral home, and we don't even know if they got to the Halbach family. They speculate as much in that opinion that were returned to them, and for probably for closure. I mean, it's just utter speculation, more so than what she was able to show in terms of the statute. And those things unfortunately are in the rear view, and we got to look forward. But it's going to take something substantially solid to get it into a 97406. But it's a good point, Jack, that all of this, if Stephen gets a new trial, all of this is fair game.
Talking about the bones, I really wished, and I've tried to find out personally through open records, who contacted who in 2011. Did the state call the Halbach to say, hey, we can probably, do something here? Because I feel certain that they were told back in 2000, whenever, 5, 6, and 7, because this is biological evidence. You can't have this material. I would imagine they would have been told that.
I know Doc says that, but that's just not the case here in the U.S. Bones are not biological material that can't be returned to a family. Bones found, in a shallow grave are routinely returned to the family. They may be biological material, but not in the context. And
Right. They were never tested.
They're not prevented, and Wisconsin doesn't have any law on that bones are biological material or a biohazard that can't be returned to the deal. But when I did the research on those bones, and I was the first or one of the first that saw that the items that Kathleen wanted to be rapid tested had been returned in the ledgers, and it was mentioned in CASO. There's no mention of who called who first, and
No.
right?
That's right.
And we're never going to know. But I can tell you that what probably happened is the mom. Everybody's Catholic there.
Sure.
Jerry talked about he and Dean had to figure out a church to go to that the jurors wouldn't be at for Ash Wednesday. And so they picked this church that was, out of the way. But I mean, everybody's Catholic there. That's a big deal to get your daughter's bones back. I'm sure they were been asking forever. And it does, so I mean, that's the logical assumption. Now, of course, you can assume that it was part of a grand conspiracy and scheme that they wanted to get rid of those bones, so they couldn't be tested because it would shatter their case. I mean, either are logically possible, but, it's just, I keep saying in the things, you have to look at the numbers of people it would take for any given event to take place. So with the key, all you need is Link and Colburn to go through their little game, kind of wait until the babysitter wasn't looking, and then boom. Same for FL. But, things like this person or that, where you're talking about multiple people directly involved, and then not so much on that one, but others on that. For example, Pam God. So it's like, okay, well, this happened, but you still had people up on the stand saying, well, did you talk to law enforcement between the time you met with Ryan and the search party organizers and the time you went to who decided to go to Avery salvage yard? Did they tell you, or she's one more that you have to establish is in the conspiracy, because she provided that testimony under oath. When you get up over 3, but some of these things would take 4, 5, or 10, there's just, you're never going to get a court to look at that. Ever. They're just going to quit after 4, 5 certainly, and which is why I always ask how many people would have to be involved. And I realized, well, it's just like one main person, and then the person that's doing the planning, that's 3. When you really look at it, you got people testifying that, no, this never happened, that never happened. The numbers start going up, but you have to, the main point is that what you all are doing is tremendous, but that there's no standards. you come up and no standards is a good thing. That you can float any possible theory and then set out to prove or disprove it. Some, no, they don't fly. Maybe there's more than one RAV, for example.
Right.
And others, well, this is all fitting, but, got to be cognizant. We all have bias. And, I have bias in this case for Stephen and especially Brendan. So, I know I see things. And so I've seen it just in my reading of AZ's briefs. I'm like, well, man, they're not even going to have a response to this. And then lo and behold, they've got a response. But, I've always shaded it way more than something I'm disinterested in. And it's, you have the flexibility to, look into things, try and get information. And so you come up with a lot of useful information on, as I mentioned earlier, both sides, both the science, doc's domain, but all of these other things where you're pulling up the ledgers and tracing this stuff and where it goes, and some of it we'll just never know. We'll probably never know what time there's an official sheet 10:35 in the morning or whatever on the RAV, but we know it left at whatever. But since it wasn't an issue, nobody talked about it. It was an issue in the preliminary hearing. The public defender attorney asked about, okay, well, when was it picked up? Because what he was going with is, who would have had an opportunity to plant the blood in the RAB between the time it was discovered and it was loaded in the back of the enclosed trailer? And so you look at all of his questions in the preliminary hearing. Well, how far away were you from the vehicle? Where was this tarp? And all of those questions, you knew where he was going, but it just was never ever an issue that somebody says, yeah, it left about this time. And I've never even been able to I found it one time about the key being made. It's mentioned when it's returned, but I'm talking about at the time, which dealer they contacted. Now I saw something today something about a locksmith. We're just never going to know. But then, so why do they call a locksmith if, they were able to plant stuff in there just to make it look good? It was window dressing. I mean, you can speculate about all this stuff all you want, but when it comes time writing a brief and, putting words on a paper and submitting it into court, is going to be countered by the other side. You just go with the best that you can, which is kind of what, what this questions 2 and 3 are about. What strategies do you use as a lawyer to clear potential suspects? Well, you don't really clear, but who do we decide, or how do post-conviction attorneys determine, specifically KZ, who are going to be the third-party suspects? You go with what evidence, you go with the ones that you have enough evidence that you can make a reasonably plausible argument, which I think she did in this last go around, and I think she did in previous go around. But tying it back to that, it's gotta be something, and it's.
Yeah, Travis, one of the I can't remember which judge said it in the reply, but they were talking about, Fallon and Gone and, Uyghur and Fassbender, everybody that was there in 2011 that went through with Eisenberg's list of which bones were human. And ultimately, the justification was it's inexplicable why they did it. And I still, Susan even changed her username to inexplicable because that is such a broad term that says, well, it happened and it's okay, but we just can't explain it. I think that's so egregious to me. And I know it has no bearing on any case or anything. I just found that them saying that was just outrageous, and I still do.
So do I. And, they have an evidence preservation statute.
Yep.
They, that Gone helped draft, and others, they had the order on the blood. Why they got that order is what Jerry was finding out in the other case on that exoneration. And despite all of that, they returned those bones anyway, and don't notify anybody. Clearly a violation of the statute, but that statute's got no teeth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It really is that all fell down the way it did.
Yeah, I said at the time that's spoliation, and that's grounds for a new trial. And not only that, the jury would be given an instruction that the destroyed evidence, they can infer that the destroyed evidence would have benefited the defendant.
Right.
And you can also couple that with sheer incompetence by Dr. Leslie Eisenberg for a failure to determine the species origin of 8765, which were the cremains that were found at the Manitowoc County gravel pit, which were the joined hip bone fragments, pelvic bone fragments. And that goes hand in hand with the state giving away those bones, because positively identifying those cremains would have strengthened the argument that, hey, if Stephen is going to spread cremains from his burn pit all the way to the Manitowoc County gravel pit, he's not going to leave cremains in his own burn pit. He would have raked them all up, put them in a bucket or buckets, and disposed all of them. The fact that Dr. Eisenberg failed to even place the bone under a microscope or do simple immunological testing, I believe really strengthens the case for Stephen that due to incompetence, deliberate incompetence, mind you, and the fact that the state gave away those bones to the Horbach family, those bones were not sorted by a forensic anthropologist. The judge argued because the guys that sorted through the bones and gave them to the funeral home were non-forensic anthropologists, you could not state whether those bones given back to the Horbach family, now wait for it, were human or non-human. Hence, Kathleen Zona does not have a case. Now, how do you work your head around that one, Travis?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the logic that was used by the judge.
And so, that one of the first 3-4 slides pointing out, that the burden shifts to the defendant. And boy, they really do it. And unless you can show something. So, but, Eisenberg, grossly incompetent. What was that case? Rudy.
Christine Rudy.
Yeah.
Christine Rudy.
I mean, your crew knows all about that, right?
It was the FBI that proved that those cremains were indeed from an animal and not from a fetus. and how embarrassing when they pulled out the torso from the Chippewa River that the fetus was intact in the belly. Now, how embarrassing is that for the smartest woman that Kratz has ever seen? That's a huge fuck up, Travis. That really is.
So, but going back to your example on, the examinations and whatnot. So at the time, whether it's post-conviction or retrial, there's got to be, the defense will need now there's a potential with what you all developed. So let's say there's nothing on post-conviction and he gets a retrial based on something else. So now there's the potential you could completely get her excluded for not following proper procedures. So what do you need for that? Well, you need well-qualified forensic anthropologists that would go through all of these things. You didn't put it under a microscope. You didn't do other things, and that would have been the standard of practice at that time frame, and inexcusable, and all the rest. You got to have the expert to make the link, but
Dr. Symes has already done it.
Difficult.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Symes has already done it. He's already done an affidavit, and he stepwise criticized Eisenberg, all the things that she should have done and didn't do. Dahan did the same thing. It's already been done.
And I've seen in shaken baby cases where at one time pathologists were taught things in school and studies. This is indicative of shaken baby, and within a short amount of time, 5 years, 10 years most, the science completely changed. There were some post-mortem examinations of some children suffered injuries that they knew for a fact how they happened. No question. That had these things, whatever they were, that pathologists look for, that they thought were distinctive. What's the word I'm looking for? That specific. These signs are specific for shaken baby syndrome, and to a reasonable degree of scientific or medical certainty. And lo and behold, the science is you can get that from a bunch of things that are not
disease or whatever
whatsoever. So there was like 4 cases within 2 years in Travis County, Austin, where the state testifying expert, the pathologist, came in and said, I was wrong. The science at the time was this, but science advances, and
well, Travis, and Kelly will back me up here. There was a mother here in Australia that was accused of killing 4 infants, 4 of her babies. She was put in prison for life. And it just turned out that due to DNA analysis, those children had a rare genetic disease in which it is sort of like cot death. They die suddenly. And it took, 20 years to do the science to work it out, that these poor kids had a rare genetic disease. Yep. And she was put in prison for murdering her own kids. And in the end, she was innocent, right? And you're correct. It goes to show that with the advancement of science, with the advancement of genetics, molecular biology, you can get answers that you couldn't have dreamed of at the time of when the prosecution took place. So my argument is, if they've given away the cremains, what further testing is available to Kathleen Zellner? There are none if the bones are destroyed.
The chain of custody is gone.
Yes, correct.
Well, they could test bear's poop, maybe. I'm kidding.
No.
If it wasn't so tragic, it'd be funny, right? But
Correct.
going back to your point earlier, they did this twisted logic. I mean, they jumped through hoops, not just the circuit court, but the Court of Appeals, why they weren't going to spend more than 20 seconds on the bones either. Which, I would need to go back and read that opinion again. It just makes me ill every time I read it, but, I will. But it just seemed to me they made such short shrift of that. And it's, Buting even covered that in his book before the decision came out, that he brought it up in his book because that had surfaced by the time he wrote his book, and lays it out how significant this revelation that it given these bones back was. And it was in the context of preserving, how he had the foresight to get orders entered about the preservation of the DNA biological evidence in his case, that the prosecutor couldn't even test anything unless Jerry was notified and his expert could be present while it was being done, as an observer only. A brazen violation of the order. I mean, there's some stuff in Wisconsin that, believe it or not, makes this not look as extreme as it is, but that's the thing. And then I'm sure Dean and Jerry would admit, I just heard somebody from on NPR a few days ago. I think they are one of the attorneys with the Innocence Project, and he's the head of strategic litigation or whatnot. But he's right. He said, lawyers, we all went to law school because there's no math on the LSAT like there is for the GRE or the MCATs, which I'm sure it's the same there in Australia. But for those that don't know, GRE is just a general exam if you want to go into get a master's degree, and MCAT is for medical school, and LSAT is for law school. Well, there's no math on the LSAT, and he said, but more and more and more, we need law students that have a science or engineering background, because he's written a book about forensics and the criminal justice system and how these myths develop that are supposedly based in science, but it's just because of tradition 100 years ago that, oh yeah, if we do this, this will tell us that, and and it turns out it's total junk. That unless you're a scientist or have a background, you can effectively challenge that. And I don't know, I'll have to go back, but I will check before the next time we get together as to whether, under the rules in Wisconsin, which are based on the federal rules that are almost identical to the rules in Texas, any expert, you get a gatekeeper hearing. And, you know, I don't know if they did a gatekeeper on Eisenberg or not. Does anybody recall where they're challenged her qualifications and it's out of the presence of the jury?
I don't
Not
think
as
so.
far as I'm aware. They
No.
regard her as an expert. But Travis and everyone else, why don't we do a part 3?
Yeah, I agree.
We'll do it because we can speak for another 5 hours on this, and
Easily. Yeah.
Yeah.
You good with that, Travis? We schedule another time, get some more stuff prepared and come back and talk about this more, because it's really fascinating and understanding, this high bar that, we understand, it's a truly high bar that KZ has to pass with whatever force she's in at this
from
point.
Part 1, I said right at the top, what you all are doing is fantastic. And nothing I say, not that it would, should be a chill or a damper for you all to continue what you've been doing for years. But Jack had mentioned, well, we got this stuff, and there's a lot of misunderstandings on the appellate process, and I see it in the chat all the time that when you're talking about what you can do, what you can't do in the legal system, it's completely different. And so, the purpose of all of this is to help people understand, well, why can the judge say that Brendan confessed in Stephen's thing, and what's the impact of that? Why isn't a lot of these questions, which we'll eventually get to, come back to, how do we get to the RAV, or how do we do this, or how do we do that? And there's it's just to show the difference. Part of it may be people were maybe looking back at the quality of representation, maybe not, but why isn't she doing this, or why isn't she doing that? And Jack thought it was important, and I obviously agreed because it was my second rodeo. It is important for people to understand the difference, and that, like Kelly mentioned, that in court papers, things need to be a certain way and have enough backing to get anywhere versus trying to figure out the best way you can with limited information that you all are doing collectively. There is a difference, and I think it's hopefully been beneficial for people to understand the difference. Maybe it's more frustrating for them. I don't know. Hope not, but
Well, I think that, from our discussions, that understanding the process of the court is not how they look. We look at it differently as, just reasonable people standing back as a non-lawyer, non-judge. We see it differently than their actual process of how they actually do things. And people need to understand that process, that they don't think like we do. They don't follow the same path at all. I mean, maybe in a few instances, but, right? Theirs is completely different than what we think. So I think it's important for people to understand the challenge that's before Zellner or whoever's representing someone in a wrongful conviction arena or whatever. It's difficult.
You talk to any non-lawyer who's married to a lawyer, and they can really dial you in on that fact.
I bet.
And give you hundreds of examples.
Yeah. Well, Travis, if you want to wrap it up here, we've been rolling here for, let me see. We're almost 4.5 hours in, so.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I hope I'll wrap up first. I thank you for everybody that watched or watched part a second time, and if you have questions, you can put them in Discord, and I promise we're going to start with the questions for part 3, finish them all, and then we'll get into the next thing. But we'll get all these questions answered. They're great questions, and I hope you're getting some benefit, and may not be clear, but there still is hope on the legal side of things, and we'll just keep, as Winston Churchill used to say, we'll AOB, right, Doc?
You betcha.
Yeah, I think it's extremely important, and I think it's been really beneficial. I mean, you went through this process of, where we're at so far, and how the court looks at things, and what Zellner truly needs. So, I appreciate the hell out of it. I mean, we're taking a lot of your time and this trying to explain to folks how this actually works.
Well, I would just like to say thank you to Travis for taking the time to come on and do this. And you've watched us plenty of times, Travis, so you know that we start on one thing and then we end up going on a tangent on about 15 or 20 different other things. So I just want to say thank you for taking time on your Sunday to come and answer questions and things like that for us, especially people that don't know the laws like us in the UK, because it's completely different laws altogether. So it's good to have somebody like yourself on to explain it to us and for us to understand that. It's 20 to 4 in the morning here in the UK, so you must be doing something right if me and JD are still here at that time in the morning for us. So thank you so much for coming and joining us and doing this with us. It's very much appreciated.
Absolutely. We do appreciate taking your time to do this, and it's been very informative, and I'm with everybody else. We need to do a part 3 to explore this further, and what to, answer some questions, hopefully clear up some misgivings that you talked about that people have. We think about it one way, but that's not how the court looks at it, and that needs to be explained, and it deserves its time. Even though people may not necessarily want to hear it, they need to hear it. That's the only way that we can clarify the process of what Casey's trying to do. And you said it really well, I think. It's a chess game, and she knows that. So, all right. Let's wrap up here. We're over 4.5 hours. So I'll just quickly go down this list as we always do. Alice, any final thoughts?
No, I think I said everything that I need to. Just thanks to everyone in chat who's still with us. As I says, it's been great having Travis on, and I can't wait to have him on again.
Absolutely. And JD, thanks for staying this long. I know it's late as hell for you. Any final thoughts?
No, I'm just interested really in what was having to say. Answered a few queries which I had or what I was going to ask. And other than that, like Alice has said, I've learnt a lot because obviously we're in the UK law and you're in the USA. So every law is different, but generally it's the same result.
Absolutely. Well, just keep your whatever questions that the Travis didn't get to, just jot them down, and I'm sure he'll answer them. I'm sure of that. So thank you so much, JD.
Thanks.
Yep. And I'm not sure if Rhonda's still here. I know she has sent me a message that she needs to go, and that's fine. Rhonda, if you're still here, any final thoughts? If you're not, then I'll move on. Yeah, I think Rhonda's moved on. I think anyway. Cal, thank you so much I know you did a lot of work in the background. You said a little bit, but I want to thank you, from Foul Play and everyone for all the hard work and helping Travis. Any final thoughts?
No final thoughts. Thanks for having me. On to the next with chapter 3 with Travis.
There you go. We need to pull Jeff in here too. Give us and Big Jeff a little bit of the on to the next. Travis, you've been talking a lot, but hey, any final thoughts before we head off?
I think I just said them a minute ago. I just want to thank you all for having me again, and thanks for everybody in chat and their questions, and thanks to Ellie the last couple of weeks helping me locate documents to try and be as complete as we can, and pulling those together for me and keeping me organized. It's been a tremendous help. So very special thanks to her. Really appreciate it. And that's all from me for now.
Thank you so much, Travis. Dr. Silkman, final thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to say a fantastic effort by both Kelly and Travis to put all this together. And thank you, Jack, for hosting it and making it happen. And I just want to say that we are very, very fortunate to have someone of the knowledge and expertise of Travis come on and, just basically outline how the legal system works. And it really has been of great benefit, I know, for us as researchers, because even though we do have these great ideas, we really have to package it in a manner that can be presented in front of a judge. So information that can be used and be useful by Kathleen Zellner and also Laura Nyrider and Steve Drizzen. And it makes us ask even really tough questions. And I'm very, very grateful and thankful to be part on the panel. Thank you, guys. That was awesome.
Absolutely agree with 100% of what Doc said. That's going to be pretty much my final thoughts and what I said earlier. Once again, a huge thanks to Travis and to Kel for taking their time to do this. So we'll schedule whenever, I know Travis is a working and busy man. Kel is a working and busy woman. So whenever we can schedule the next one, we'll do so and get to more questions and more of the process. With that said, I'm going to say thanks to everybody. This has been a Foul Play production.